We're closed. All right, good morning, everyone. It is 8:30, and I will call the Committee of the Whole meeting of February 20th to order. We have an agenda before us. Are there any additions or deletions to that agenda? I have one here on the closed session portion, section 27, privileged information. Is there anything else? Councillor Christie.
If not, I'll move the agenda as amended.
All righty. Motion's been made to move the agenda as amended. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We have pre-circulated the minutes of the January 16th Committee of the Whole meeting. Are there any errors, omissions, concerns? Deputy Reeve King. Jeez, did it again.
I would make the motion to accept the minutes from the Committee of the Whole meeting January 16th as presented.
All righty, have a motion to approve the minutes as presented. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Our first order of business, 2.1, Hamlet of Huxley Wastewater. Mr. McKiernan, you're taking this, are you? What do you mean you think so?
Reluctantly.
Anytime you're ready.
All right. Good morning. This morning I bring forth a discussion report in regards to the Hamlet of Huxley Wastewater. In 2023, Kneehill County MPE undertook a project to assess the current wastewater system operating within the Hamlet of Huxley and potential upgrades or replacements of this system. Both Kneehill County and NPE attended a community meeting to introduce the project to the residents and encourage feedback to help with the project if possible. NPE submitted a draft of the wastewater study on Friday, January 19th, 2024. This draft was reviewed by county staff, and some additional information or edits were returned to the engineer for clarification on Tuesday, January 23rd, 2024. Since this has been done, we did receive another edit, and there are a few more that weren't included that I've sent back, so we should be receiving the final report hopefully shortly after this state here. So the reason I'm bringing this forth for the discussion is as we await the final draft of the study to present to council, administration would like to engage with council in regard to providing an increased service level of coordinating the emptying of individual septic tanks within the hamlet. Throughout the community meeting, this potential was raised with the group, and there was an overall acknowledgement from the residents that this additional service would be appreciated. If council is in agreement with investigating this further, administration will explore this potential of increasing the service delivery within Huxley by obtaining cost estimates from a qualified professional to perform a condition assessment of each septic tank and developing a program of scheduled pumping. This proposal will be presented to council at a later date for decision.
Thank you, Mr. McKiernan. Are there any questions from council? I guess we're still in the early stages, so we don't have any costs involved. And
through the chair, we haven't really looked into it at all, other than just maybe from some offhand discussions with maybe a couple of residents, but nothing to say anything.
the sludge would be deposited where?
Mike has a comment.
Well,
Mr. Zier?
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt there. Yeah, through the chair, just what we wanted to identify here is if this is even an option that council wanted to look into a little bit deeper. It was brought up at the community meeting. A lot of the residents did show some support towards this sort of service delivery increase by the county. Looking at the existing system right now, it is individual septic tanks in each lot. If those are being maintained or not, we're not entirely sure. This program would identify current condition of those septic tanks, some costs associated with a program to eliminate either yearly or biannually pumping of those tanks, and then just allowing our system to verify that the integrity of our system through that. So this is a little bit outside of that study. This is more just an investigation and an interest level in council, and do you want to see anything further into this level of service?
Yeah, just to add a little bit, this topic isn't included in the final study. It wasn't really touched on. This is just something that we heard through our meeting at Huxley.
And there was support from the residents.
It seemed it was overall, everyone was game for it. I mean, we'd have to see, there might be more investigation, right, to see what the actual is, because some people may enjoy pumping out their own. I don't know, they may get a cheaper cost than what we can come back with. I'm not too sure. So.
Okay, Councillor Christie.
We used to have 2 homes up there, and originally there was a program that went through and pumped all the tanks, but I'm pretty sure kind of 2 or 3 years into that it quit, but I don't know what the cost was. Or be so old now it wouldn't matter anyway, but I know there was a program originally.
Yeah, through the Reeve, I think that was spearheaded by residents. Yeah.
Reeve King.
Just to follow up on Councillor Christie's comment, there used to be a resident organized pump out, but that's when they could just pump 3-4 tanks and then run out and dump it on the adjacent farm field. And it was really economic for them to be able to do that. And then the farmer that was receiving that material decided they no longer wanted it. And so then the residents had to have their sewage hauled to Town of Trochu Lagoon. That was the next option. And so the cost escalated and the number of times the tanks are getting pumped went down. So I guess my concern would be is if we're going to offer more than just a pump out service and we're actually going to look at the condition of the tanks, what are we going to do if the tanks are failing or there's problems and the resident doesn't want to acknowledge that? So, you know, how would that impact what we're proposing here? Having just replaced the septic tank, I know that if I was on limited income, I wouldn't be too enthusiastic about facing that potential possibility. So I guess my question would be is, if we're gonna do more than just go pump tanks and we're actually gonna assess the condition of those tanks, the potential that they could be contaminating groundwater, the risk to the town well, all of those factors, you know, I think we need to think about a lot of the far end ramifications of a program like that, especially if we start to find tanks that are faulty and what the end result of that might be.
Mr. Zier.
Thank you. So through the chair, definitely that's one of our concerns going into it here is, and that's why we feel rather than move forward with a program on this, this is where we would like to start off with identifying a condition assessment on as many tanks as we can there, knowing that they are located on private land and making sure we have the easement agreements to access that. Secondly, there be a condition assessment done on them and a report brought back through administration and potentially to council, more of a risk assessment on what we look at for if there's half those tanks are crumbling. Maybe this is something that we need to look at a bigger program. Unfortunately, the failing condition of their tanks will and has a potential to affect our system, our actual municipal system. And that's why we have a bit of concern to make sure that these systems are operating appropriately on their end as well as on the municipal side. So I think this is a starting point to see where we're at with this. Where this goes after we've reviewed those tanks, I think it can go a lot of different ways right now.
Councillor Penner.
Just for clarification here, how many, or is it the whole community that are on tanks, including the holes and everything? Okay, because when you buy a home, and I have a child that did this in a community, and you have a septic, it's up to you to look after it. So this is a tough one, either way, but this is just to look into it. I think it is an option But like Reeve King said, if we find something, we've got to be ready for that next step. But to what value are we going to subsidize or to help out here? But I mean, yeah, sorry.
Right. And through the chair, I think it's just because it came up quite frequent in our little meeting, our little hall meeting that we had in Huxley. It was quite a point that people seem to bring up quite a bit. So that's why we're bringing it forth now, kind of thing.
Councillor Forbes?
This is a bit of a slippery slope because you're gonna have some residents that live in this county that are not living in Huxley but are on septic tanks that are gonna require us to do the exact same thing for them as what we're doing for Huxley. So it is a bit of a slippery slope when we open this up, in my opinion. Doesn't mean we can't go down this road, just be aware that there could be other people that are gonna require this of us.
Reeve King?
And I'm certainly not going to argue with that point. I think that that's one of the things that might be out there. However, Huxley is our, I'm going to call it urban municipality, which we are responsible for, and we already deal with the gray water side of the Huxley system. And the condition of those septic tanks and what's coming out of those septic tanks has major impact on our system, which is the wastewater side that goes out to the reservoir. So it is a little bit of a different onion than perhaps a rural situation, but I mean, that potential possibility is, why are you pumping their tank and you're not pumping mine? And can I get that service at the same cost as they're getting? And so, I mean, that's part of what we're gonna have to consider. However, I guess the approach that I would take to this is, there's some risk as a resident who lives in Huxley. If you come in and you assess my tank and go, that tank's failing and it needs replacement, there's a risk to us if that resident says, no, you can just take whatever's coming out of my tank, and if it happens to be solids, that's your problem, because once it's out of my tank, it's no longer mine. So there's two sides to that equation. To make the Huxley system work properly, we need to be only receiving gray water and without any foreign material in that. So I don't know. It's going to be a tough one, and it'll be a long conversation with the residents once we have information to say, you know, whether it's even possible, whether they'd even consider picking up the costs. So. Do we have any idea what it might cost us to do this?
We haven't looked into it because we were looking to see if you guys would be in favor of us looking into it, so it hasn't really been any official looking into it, I guess, if that's the proper way to say it. But off the top of my head, you're probably looking at probably a few $100s a tank, I'm guessing.
To do the assessment?
Oh, the assessment, no.
No, I mean, for us to go and hire someone to do the assessment and give us back a report.
Yeah, no, I haven't looked into that further
Okay.
yet, no.
Yeah.
Just want to get the feel from council, I guess, to see if that's something you even want to entertain.
I have a pretty good idea what it costs to empty a tank.
Yeah, I think to get the assessment done, the tank's gonna have to be emptied, because it's a lot easier to look through air than it is through whatever else happens to be down there. Councillor Penner?
So by just listening here, it sounds like the residents are really keen to go the next step, as to say, and I think as representatives of our ratepayers, I think we're just looking into it, it's like, and I would like to see us give permission to the department to look into it and bring us back some information.
Was that kind of a motion?
Did you get that, Carolyn? So when I see this here, it says to consider a septic pump out service for the Hamlet of Huxley. Are we wanting at this point to look at a review of the tanks, or just at the septic?
Counselor Phobes.
I would like that to include the tank if that's a concern that we have with the gray water and stuff, since that is our responsibility. I would like to know, and I'm sure the people that own those would also like to know what the condition is so that they can start planning for replacement if that is the case.
Reeve King.
So reading the request for a decision, in there is included the conversation around exploring the potential of the service delivery by also performing a condition assessment. So that's part of what I understand the plan is that if we recommend to council that we consider a septic pump out system, part of that's going to be an evaluation of the septic tanks themselves in front of our own system, right?
Through the chair, that'd be right. I think you'd also, part of the assessment would also be location of them, accessibility to them, all that kind of thing, right? Because if you're gonna put that out to someone to bid on a job, they ain't gonna have to have that information as well. What size of tanks they have, that kind of stuff, right? So you'd wanna get as much information as you can about each individual tank before you went out and tendered that to somebody.
Yes, Counselor Cunningham.
So I agree with all the comments that have been said. I do agree, though, I think it can be a little bit of a slippery slope. I know years ago, my husband and I were gonna buy an acreage and we had a feeling that there maybe was some septic issues, so we were gonna choose to do a septic, excuse me, inspection as part of our purchase agreement. So I think there is a responsibility of the owners to take some of that on. I do understand this is a little bit different because the ramifications of the issues can affect the other residents. So it is different. I do understand that. So, but then I'm just curious too, like we've talked about what do we do with that information then? I guess if we do find out there's issues with some of them. So in saying all that, I would like to maybe find out what it would cost to, to do this, but I think we'd have to be very clear about what we're gonna do with that information when it comes forward, or what we're prepared to do with that. But there has to be some responsibility on the owners too.
Mr. Zier.
Yeah, thank you. So through the chair, I think definitely there's an obligation by the landowner right now, at least in some part to, I mean, it is a piece of their infrastructure as it sits right now. What it looks like, excuse me, as we come back to council, I foresee that there'll be, if there's some of these many or just a few that are failing or potential to fail, we may look at a couple different options for council, either, I mean, up into leaving it up to the landowner entirely to replace that. In our water and wastewater bylaw, we do have restrictions on deleterious material being put into that system. So if we feel like that isn't meeting our standards for water, wastewater, it is an option, right? I'm just saying there's a few things that council can look at here. Or maybe there's a split and replacement. A few different things we can look at with this program.
Reeve King.
So I guess I would be very much in favor of us at least having a look, and then the conversation that needs to be had with the residents around why we're doing what we're doing, and say this is something that came up in that meeting that we had with them. And in order to investigate the possibilities of that, we do need to know what the system is. And so what each resident has for a septic tank and size, and all of those things are going to impact the costs for providing a service of that kind of. And at this point in time, what we would be out would be the cost to do the study and to investigate, and whether that's internal or external. I'm assuming it'll likely be external. There's not a huge cost in doing that, to be able to say to the residents, is this something that you really, really want? And if so, this is what it's gonna cost you. And if not, we haven't really lost all that much. So I guess I would be in favor of us moving ahead. And I assume that when council considers this, they'll probably come back with a better estimate of what it's gonna cost us to actually do this study. I assume that.
Through the chair, that's, if you're interested, and that's what we were asking, if you're interested, then we'll come back with more of a cost estimate on what the assessment and stuff would look like.
Councillor Penner.
I like the motion that I see in front of me. It identifies both the assessment and the pump out, so thanks.
So I know I'm getting into the weeds here, and I probably shouldn't be getting into the weeds. But when we do an assessment for the septic tanks, are we also looking to see if some pump water is being discharged into those tanks?
Through the chair, I don't think we'll probably get that far. I think it's more just assessing the condition and the size and stuff of the tanks itself, just to get for program information.
Okay, Reeve King.
You know that saying, what happens in the septic tank stays in the septic tank?
Okay.
If you don't open the lid, you don't know.
All righty. Is there any more discussion? We have a motion that the county of the whole recommend that council investigate the cost and a condition assessment of each septic tank and a septic pump out service for the hamlet of Huxley. Is there any more discussion to that motion? Okay, if not, I shall call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. McKiernan. Okay, next agenda item will be Huxley Streetlighting Upgrade 2.2. Mr. Zier, welcome.
Good morning. All right. So you see in new business 2.2, the RFD is for Huxley Streetlight Upgrade. So the recommendation is that the Committee of the Whole recommend to Council to approve the funding and installation of 2 new streetlights in the hamlet of Huxley as per the details included in the discussion report and to be funded from the operating budget. So just a little background, this report is in front of you for, it was brought to Kneehill County's attention that there was potentially some lack of lighting in certain areas of Huxley. This was brought up about a year and a bit ago here, so we proceeded forward with producing with ATCO Electric's participation a lighting assessment. So we went through a few different options with ATCO as far as a full upgrade of the lighting assessment or the lighting systems in Huxley. Looked at a few upgrades just on the west side on the Railway Avenue, and then really just looked at a smaller upgrade on the Railway Avenue. So 3 separate options there. Basically, lighting in a lot of these hamlets currently already does not meet international or regulatory standards. Most communities understand that, allow that, and because the standards are quite intrusive for this, so we actually sign off that they don't meet this, knowing this, understanding through it. So already Huxley did not meet that. Any of these upgrades still wouldn't meet these standards, but there was some desire from some of the residents for some upgrades in certain areas. So we were working with the wastewater assessment at the time. We had a public meeting, so we figured this is a great time to bring forward some options for the residents because it can be controversial depending on where you put new lights. Some people want them, some people don't. So we wanted to get a full feedback from the residents at that time. So we gave them those 3 options I mentioned there, as well as giving them comment sheets on if there was any other areas that they wanted, or just getting feedback. So I think we got 11 responses regarding the streetlights. 3 of them were in favor of some sort of lighting upgrade, with the majority looking at the north side of Huxley. So this is the existing streetlights as they sit right now. It's showing on your screen right there. The next page is basically what we came back with I believe the majority of those lighting upgrades recommended these 2 streetlights be be installed on the Second Avenue North, Second Street North. There's also a request for street lighting or lighting improvements to be had at the Ball Diamonds location. Talking with ATCO, it's actually, we can work with the community association there. It'd be quite a bit more expensive to put up a pole on that. They have a panel right there already, so they said they could just connect to that. So yet to meet with Huxley Association on that upgrade, but that's not included in this, this estimate right here. So we have 2 new poles going up on the north side of Huxley there. There's a potential that the east pole could be put on the existing site there, but it wouldn't quite meet the flooding of light for what they need for that corner, so we put a new pole up. The cost is included in the price here, or sorry, included in the RFD, around $6,500, and it could be incorporated and managed through the current operating budget.
Okay, are there any questions from council for Mr. Zier? Reeve King.
More a comment than a question. Those 2 locations on Second Street North are, they receive fairly strong support from the resident that's immediately beside the one to the west end of Second Street North, and that corner at Queens and Second Street, there's quite a bit of support for a light. That's a very, very dark corner. So based on comments that I've received from residents in Huxley, there is support for lights at those 2 locations for sure. And there's quite strong support for better lighting at the Ball Diamond as well. So I can't see that being very problematic for us to go ahead with the 2 lights that are being suggested for sure.
Councillor Cunningham.
I just want to say that I attended the engagement for this, and I just want to say that it was excellent. It was very well done. And I think it's just important, again, to highlight that we are doing this engagement with our communities. And obviously, we heard what they said. And yeah, I just wanted to say good job to everybody on it. And yay on engagement. We're doing great.
Councillor McGee.
I'd like to make the motion that the Committee of the Whole recommend to Council to approve the funding and installation of 2 new streetlights in the Hamlet of Huxley, as per the details included in this discussion report, and to be funded from the operating budget.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion before us, as it reads on the screen, to install 2 new streetlights in the Hamlet of Huxley to be funded from the operating budget. Is there any discussion to that motion? Not seeing any. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thanks, Mr. Zier. Okay, our next order of business, 2.3, Horseshoe Canyon Master Plan. Welcome, Ms. Sherlock, Ms. Kester. And holy crap, do we have homework here or what?
It's only like 213 pages of your agenda.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you.
I did read it, I just didn't memorize it.
Talk to Ken about that.
He doesn't get to share my office. There's no room for him.
Yeah, you booted him.
Well, welcome, and I guess anytime you're ready.
Good morning. So what we are bringing before you today is a discussion on the Horseshoe Canyon Master Plan. And so, we can go to the next slide. So today we'll just review some of the site history, the planning narrative that's taken place, the site developments that have occurred to date, and then some of the future potential. Just before we go into this, what we're hoping to get out of this is some feedback and direction on creating an updated master plan. The original master plan was adopted in principle, and then the focus group following the report and recommendations were accepted. And what we're hoping to do is combine the original master plan, the focus group recommendations, the projects that have been implemented so far into a collaborative plan that has a 20-year vision with a 5-year directive plan for development. This is something that we're hoping will provide us with the direction that we need going forward into budget discussions and so forth to bring those projects and council's vision to light. Kevin, would you like to add?
Thank you. Through the chair, we're really excited to bring this forward to council for review. We understand this portfolio and this envelope can quite be taxing, as you can tell by the binders and the amount of information that you have today. We've planned to provide the binders there as reference, so when we go to certain areas within the report, when the team goes to those areas, you can actually go to those references a lot quicker than potentially online. We're looking at some quite fulsome conversations today. Like when we bring this plan back to council for consideration, we want to make sure it's going to be our marching orders for the next 5 years. We want to make sure that we're going to hit those deliverables and that we understand council's vision for Horseshoe Canyon moving forward. Saying that, there'll be some questions that the team will be asking today, and I'd like council's indulgence that when they do that, ask that question, if we can get a show of hands of those that, you know, may be for or against some of the initiatives, then we can gauge the type of response or opportunities that council may like or not like. If you feel there needs to be additional information that comes with that, please provide it, because there might be some tweaks that can be done within that to ensure that we can have a more favorable show of support versus split. So we're really trying to narrow the gap and understand where council would like to go, and the team is very prepared and looking forward for your comments. Thank you.
Start with the timeline?
Okay, so the timeline here we have, it started all in 1946 when Horseshoe Canyon was purchased by Jack Lowen Sr., who is a private landowner. Then in 1986, Alberta Parks and Recreation began operating parking area, begins a park, yeah. 1999, province divests parking area management to Kneehill County and town of Drumheller. And in 2002, the Nodwell family donates the western portion of the canyon to NCC to form the Horseshoe Canyon Conservation Area. And in 2007, ownership of the eastern portion of the canyon transferred to Mr. Lowen's children. In 2008, Kneehill County assumes ownership of the parking from the province parking lot. And in 2016, Kneehill County purchases the eastern portion of the canyon from the Lowen family. And then something to note here is the restricted covenant. So this means protecting and conserving environmentally sensitive lands in the canyon by adhering to the restrictive covenant, applying low impact development practices to mitigate impacts of development on the site, and effectively managing visitor use. It also means limiting developments within a restricted covenant to those developments and activities permitted under the covenant. Lands that sit above the canyon may be developed solely for the purpose of a day use area, overnight campground, and such necessary and ancillary structures. Such alterations or developments of the lands both above the canyon and in the canyon to allow for walking trails, bicycle paths, or such other minimally environmentally invasive alterations or developments. The restrictive covenant prohibits the use of motorized vehicles except where the vehicles are being used for construction and/or maintenance of the site.
Okay. I guess I am temporarily assuming the chair, so Councillor Cunningham and then Councillor Forbes.
So I'm just curious, was the restricted covenant put on by the Lowen family
Yes.
to the county?
Yeah, yeah, so this was a restricted covenant that was put into place with the purchase of the site by Kneehill County.
By the Lowen family, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
I'd also like to point out to council that the covenants in place was exactly as prescribed, is that it was a condition of sale. It was one of those items in sale, but it does not mean that administration cannot reapproach the family, have conversations, if the plan is to move outside that requirement. But I don't feel there will be a lot of movement if it does do any potential harm to the environment or really changes the landscape in that area. So I just want to pertain that that's some of the information that's come back to us. But if there is a further direction that alters from walking trails, bike paths, as the covenant says, we can have those conversations.
Okay, and just as a bit of a follow-up to that, the restrictive covenant does not apply entirely to the portion that's owned by Kneehill County either. Correct. Just that southeast or southwest quarter, that's all that it applies to.
Yeah, it would apply to the original quarter section that the Lowen family owned, so it won't apply to what would essentially be our parking lot area, because that was the part that was originally owned by the county and obtained through the province.
Nor the other 67 acres or whatever it is that we purchased at a different point in time.
This is the only purchase that we've made. It is the one
No,
from the Lowen
there's
family.
There's two pieces we bought separately.
Which piece?
The northern portion.
Oh, okay, so then by the road there, yes. Okay, it's in one title now, so it's difficult to discern where that line is.
Thank you through the chair. Yes, we do understand that portion, that there are other abilities within those other portions. And as I previously said, we can pull up the map. There is actually a map within the Horseshoe Canyon Master Plan that does show where the covenants is in place and where the requirements are. So that can be cleared up if you would like us to reference those maps. At the same time, I don't want us to limit our viewpoint strictly on the covenants. I want us to understand the covenants. If there is a greater requirement, please let us know so we can explore that.
Yes, sorry, and that map, if you're looking for it, sorry for my mistake on that, but it's on page 25. There's one that shows, if not on here, Carolyn, sorry, it's on the master plan itself, which I'm not sure where it falls into the PDF. But page 41 in the PDF of your council package. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, so it'd be page 25 within the master plan. But yes, it shows they've outlined here, and then we also have that little top portion there by the road. So that orange piece in the middle with the dots on it would be the one that the restricted covenant applies. Okay. If there's no further questions, we'll move on to, can you scroll back up, Carolyn? Oh dear. It seems to have moved my slides.
I think we're on this one. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So next one, the
We can go to the
planning
next one.
narrative.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. So smaller improvements to address immediate concerns, landscaping, and continual maintenance have occurred at the site throughout its ownership by Kneehill County. In 2017, studies and assessments were done. The Historic Resources Assessment, Environmental Assessment, and Wildlife Study and on-site visitor and resident surveys were completed. In 2018 to 2019, the master plan, the Tourism Growth Innovation Fund grant is received and applied to the creation of the Horseshoe Canyon Master Plan, which is then presented to council and adopted in principle. The 2020 operating budget included funds for a day use facility and payment for parking. Then in 2020 and 2021, the focus group came in. They were established and presented their recommendations on priorities from the proposed master plan to the Kneehill County Council, who approved their report and presentation on May 25th, 2021. Then in 2024, the project budget, council approved funds for improvements to the county market space, including power and site leveling, as well as project for a funding feasibility study and facility design concepts.
Okay, and so just looking at some of the site developments that have taken place. So these have been working within the plans and the focus group recommendations, as well as addressing ongoing concerns such as erosion as they've presented themselves. The parking lot was paved, and the interpretive sign with the initial interpretive sign with Canadian Badlands was installed with a grant from the Canadian Badlands Association. And in 2008, there was also the new outhouses were put in place. Landscaping and planting of trees at the main lookout area with a grant from CN was completed. The lookout platforms and box steps and stairs have been installed. There's been an additional retaining wall on that same road down to the bottom of the canyon that's been installed, and improvements to the emergency access road. Trail enhancements such as gravel and paving in certain locations. The installation of the picnic tables and benches, construction of the picnic shelter, erosion repairs done to the slope east of the parking lot. So that was, there was some fairly significant sloughing just due to the movement of the natural water through the area. And so that was repaired. There's been some fencing installed just to direct pedestrian traffic and aid in some of the slope reclamation. We have kind of redirected some of the trails just due to the erosion concerns on the site, and trying to move people towards those new box steps to the bottom as opposed to trying to take their own path down. The park attendant shed was installed on site, and last year we did install a couple of shade structures that will be completed this year. We've added various signage throughout the site, so different things such as boundary signs. There's a sign at the top, just reminding people that there's no cell service in the bottom, to take water, that it can be quite hot, things like that. And then signs along the trail, just reminding people to respect the trail use and adopt more of a leave no trace principle. As well as the large welcome sign with the map of the area that was installed coming into the site, as well as just reclaiming the eroding trails and maintaining the existing trails. With our maintenance program, we do regular trail inspections and repairs as those things occur. It is a very, the soil on site is very movable, and so we are trying to continually stay on top of where people are going and how that is affecting the movement. Are there any questions about the site developments to date?
Councilor Forbes.
Just for clarity, The washrooms were funded by the province, the outhouses that are currently there,
I believe they were founded by the county.
by the county? Okay,
Yeah.
in 2008,
In 2008,
we
they were
didn't own it.
installed. Yeah.
at that time.
We, in the parking lot, we owned the parking lot.
So just for clarity, why did we get a parking lot on a private property? I've had a question to this, so I'm just
It used to,
curious.
sorry if I can
No.
enter, it used to be the number 9 highway. When the number 9 highway was redirected, that was municipal land. That's my understanding of it. I'm assuming that I'm understanding it correctly.
That's my understanding of it. Yeah.
Mostly for clarity, because I've had a few questions around this, so
Yeah.
that clears up some things. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, and so we owned the parking lot and kind of the visitor area there initially, and then in 2016, we took on the full site at the request of the Lowen family as a way to continue with visitor experiences there. Any further questions? Okay. So what we'll get into next is the details from the master plan. And you'll see on this slide here, I updated it this morning to include the pages within the master plan that these different strategies refer to. So if you're looking for additional details on what those strategies are, that they're within that master plan. So the original contents of the 2019 master plan included details on the planning and engagement process, the target markets and expectations as outlined from the research, and destination analysis and market match, concepts and strategies, and then next steps. So within the original 2019 master plan, there were 15 strategies, areas of strategy, and then within those there were different specifics that were outlined in section 8 there. They go into more detail of what strategy and what the intended timeline of that was. So I'll go through just the list, and if there's any questions that you have on those specific items, I'd ask you to please bring those forward. We will get into a bit more of the details when we go through the focus group stuff, just because they did break it down into more further, what to do now, next, and later, if at all. But if there's any clarification you need on those, please let me know. So the first one was diversity of an overnight experiences. So that was looking at some different camping options, glamping options. The yurts were brought into concept at that time. And looking at, what those kind of options would be. They did outline some different maps within the master plan. Those were just concept maps. Those weren't with any kind of engineering or site analysis. So it's kind of just an overview of, well, maybe this could go here. But there would be extensive site evaluation that would need to go into the development of something like that. Yep, Kevin?
Mr. Gannon has a comment.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you through the chair. I'd also like to explain that as we come back and if council approves of a master plan, we're going to take all the concepts and understanding of that and do an area structure plan for those. As explained by the team is the conceptual drawings are just that, they're conceptual drawings. There's a lot of different technical information that needs to be put into understanding before any type of strategy is actually going to be able to be delivered. For example, some of the pictures within the master plan shows yurts that overhang in the canyon. In my opinion, that would never happen with that type of material and ground. There would be significant amount of engineering that would not make that a cost-effective strategy to move forward with. So as we look at these concepts, Please concentrate more on the concept versus where the concept is going to be placed within the plan.
Okay. There's no questions on that specific strategy. Again, we'll revisit this a little bit when we get into the focus group details. The next one was the visitor pavilion and event hosting space. So this is, they were looking at a bunch of different elements, including a restaurant, commercial kitchen, activity area, a retail space, different administrative areas, educational interpretive space, of course the washrooms, and then around in the surrounding area, a deck space for viewing of the area, market space within the site, play areas, looking at different options. They did have in here a canyon top pathway and funicular to the bottom. That strategy is questionable, and you know, we have put in the box stairs to the bottom. Further implementation of things like that would require some more research and extensive engineering. And then, of course, trying to put in with the wastewater and sewage management systems. Those would be kind of some of the main components of that visitor pavilion and event hosting space as the master plan outlines it. Are there any comments, questions on the visitor pavilion from the master plan? Okay, moving into the next portion would be the day use and parking areas. And so this kind of just outlines some of the enhancements, you know, putting in the day use space, something that we've implemented since then would be the picnic shelter, things like that were kind of what they were referring to in here. We have put in one picnic shelter. They've referred to 3 here, as well as a number of different enhancements to that day use visitor site. Any questions on that?
Councillor Phobes.
I guess my question is, you know, because I've been down there, if this was to get super busy, where are you putting people for parking if this pavilion is up? That's going to be a question that we're going to have to address, because that is a huge one for me right now.
Absolutely, yeah, and that will be something that will have to be addressed, because we are limited in our parking. We do have the benefit of having the NCC close by with their parking area. We've already utilized it as overflow. It may take additional agreements with them to enhance their parking area in order to service the site should we need to. Anything further? Okay. And so we kind of come back to this enhancing visitors' ability to access the canyon bottom. So this is again where they explore that funicular. This is a interesting concept. I don't think it's completely out there, but it is something that with the site, I don't know if it's completely realistic. It would be more engineering, I guess. It would fall into the same as the canyon edge yurts, where we're dealing with some slope and some structural issues onto the site. But we have, since this plan was implemented, we have put those box steps in and regraded the emergency access road, so there is improved access to the bottom. It's not necessarily accessible to everyone, unfortunately, but that is the nature of the natural site. If there is something that council wants to do to enhance that, we can always look at additional options.
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you, through the chair. Is this an item that council sees as a reasonable option for the master plan? From some of the review we've done, we don't believe it pertains to a 20-year vision right now. There will be a lot of deliverables within the potential master plan to move forward, but we're not sure that through the 20-year lens that this would be an opportunity for us at this time. But we would like council's feedback on that if possible.
Councillor McGee?
Thanks. I'm glad to say that consistent to what we've said in the past years of looking at this, we are definitely taking this off the table, has always been what this council has said over the years. So my question is, because this is a repetitive question, is there something we need to do in order to make that more clear? Like, do we need a motion to say that? Do we need?
So that's with the new master plan, with the development of that, it will give us the direction to take these items off the table and provide us the direction to what we are going to implement. So unfortunately, we do have to keep revisiting this because we don't have something that says specifically go this direction.
Okay, so that's my question. I don't want this discussion on this piece again.
Go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. If I can get just a show of hands, the council does not want this considered, or if they would like this considered. We don't need a show of motion for the committee whole because we're just having discussion of building the new master plan. And if this is a concept you don't even want included, when you do approve the master plan, it won't be in there if it's council's wish that it's something that you don't want in there.
Reeve King?
Too many microphones on. Oh, there we go. So we would consider a gondola instead, Councillor McGee? I'm just being the devil's advocate here. No. I agree. I think that one of the nice things about Horseshoe Canyon is there's not a lot of mechanical interference once you're into the canyon itself. And so part of that experience is just the natural area. So from my point of view, I see this as, I mean, it'd be wonderful maybe in another location, but there I'm not so sure.
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you. At this point, could we just get a show of hands from council who would be in favor of this?
Of removal or what?
Of actually implementing it?
Okay, is there a show of hands for who's interested in implementing this?
Thank you.
It is, what are we doing here?
Funicular.
The funicular?
Correct.
Okay, it doesn't look like anybody's in on the funicular. How about the Thunder Canyon Railroad? Okay, nobody's going that way either. Damn it. Walt Disney, here I go.
Okay, thank you. And I do know that this is discussion that some of you have sat through before. For me, this is new. I didn't get to be privy to some of those discussions. And so I am bringing back everything so that when we make that plan, that it is exactly what you want to see out of that site. And so that's where we will be going into the focus group stuff a little bit more in detail, because that is a little bit more of the direction that council has motioned to go.
Councillor McGee?
So, can I make a suggestion that we don't do show of hands until we do the task force piece first?
Sure.
Just because it did narrow it down, and we don't need to make this bigger than it is, because we have spent significant time over the years on it. I'm not sure what the rest of council thinks, but showing of hands now and then going to that report seems redundant. I'm not sure.
Anybody else's thoughts? I think it'd probably be wise to go into the report because it does sort of do a timeline of stuff. Whether or not we're in favor of it right off the bat, it does show that further down the road, there might be the opportunity to enhance things that way. Is that the direction you were headed?
Well, this is where I've wrapped my head in, and I appreciate the work, but I just worry that we're doing too much work today. I feel as though we spent a lot of time and energy with that focus group to narrow this concept down. And I think it would be nice to start at that and use the master plan as a backup. Master plan was approved in theory already by council. And so I think we're getting down to the nitty-gritty of what are those pieces do we want to really move forward with, which the task force did the first outline of. So I think we're repeating what the task force does right now. That's just my perception, but if other members feel they need more time on this, for me, this would be the backup piece. So as we have questions to the task force, we go back to these master plan pieces to see what that means. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Okay, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. The main reason we did bring both of them back was because the master plan was approved in principle and the focus group was not adopted. So we need to build an actual document and understand which ones are the drivers for council, even if they're still drivers within the master plan versus the focus group. A lot of the items within the focus group that we found were deliverables within that 5-year focus, not the 20-year vision. So we're trying to marry both aspects to really understand where council's vision is today so we can actually build a plan that removes the items that may not be the areas that they would like, but incorporates those items that they're really passionate about. So this is, even if we have to come back to community of the whole again, which I feel we'll create a plan, bring that back and see if it captures all the requirements that council wants. But we don't want to make any assumptions that because some of the team was not here and part of those conversations, we want to make sure that plan is adopted as council would like.
Reeve King.
I guess, although I understand where Councillor McGee is coming from, because I also have been in on some of these conversations, and I did not sit through the focus group experience. However, I also tend to agree with Mr. Gannon that not all of us have seen all of this information. So a review of it, and so maybe the suggestion from Councillor McGee is we don't spend a lot of time on the strategies that are from the master plan, but I think we need to spend some time there. And just so that we're all relatively on the same page, and then move into the more focused, I guess, part of it. So
Yep.
I'd still support, just let's walk through what the master plan has in it, and then if we want to narrow down some of those strategies later, when we get into the focus group stuff, then I'd suggest, because I know it's not, for me, I sit here and go, I've read this master plan, and I've read this master plan, and I've read this master plan, and we've gone nowhere. However, that's not completely true because we have made steps forward. And so at the same time, there's a lot of, I don't know, 200 and some pages in that master plan of material. And it's a lot to go through and to process, so.
Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to build on what Mr. Gannon said, this is probably the start of what are going to turn out to be several discussions as we refine the master plan. Part of where, to go back to, in agreement with Mr. Gannon, is that the focus group was really, call it that near-term horizon. So what are we doing in the next handful of years? What are we doing there? The master plan still exists, and as has been said before, that's that longer, that 20-year plan. And so what we're doing is embarking on this process to say, if we know there's things in the master plan that we're not going to do, let's update the plan, because what's going to happen is that after the plan's updated, as Mr. Gannon has said, those are administration's marching orders. So when you see the capital plan, one of your goals this year in 2024 was to extend that capital plan out further years. You're going to see the things that are approved in the master plan start showing up in that long-term capital plan. Now, how you go about funding those and those philosophies is a whole different discussion, and you've got different options there. Whether that's, you might go forward with an item in used tax base, you might say we're not going forward with it unless we get a grant for the whole thing, or any combination in between. So that's a future discussion as to how you do those things. But as an example with the, the show of hands we just had with the funicular, if that funicular is in the master plan, you're going to see it show up in council's long-term master plan, because we're going to start planning on how to do it. And that's the marching orders that the plan gives. What we've just seen is that there's not interest in that. So in the updated plan, we're going to take it out, and you will not see it crop up in the long-term capital planning. That, ultimately we said we want to extend it out past its current horizon, which is really about 5 years. Down the road, what we'd like to get to is something that's 10, 20 years out. And those are the steps that the master plan really starts to put in now. As we said, here's a thing that we're doing, and we're going to start planning for it. So whether that's putting money away, chasing grants, combinations thereof, whatever. But we do that knowing that council has given endorsement that those are the things that are going to occur. So if we look at those two things, wanting to make sure that the focus group, which is the near-term horizon that, present to 5 years out, is in alignment with the master plan, which is present to 20 years out. And that's so because what we've looked at internally is that we have a master plan here that we know there's not support or even desire to do a number of the things in the plan. And so what that tells us is that it's not effectively that great a plan, because there's stuff in there that we know we're not going to do, or that we're going to say we're going to do. And this is the process to update that, so that at the end of it, like Mr. Gannon said at the beginning of the discussion, is that, several conversations from now, or meetings I'm guessing, council will adopt a formal Horseshoe Canyon master plan, which will be updated based on the discussions we're having today. And once council updates that, those become, as Mr. Gannon said, administration's marching orders. You've said we are achieving this, and then it's up to us to figure out how to do that and how to put those forward. But we're doing it knowing that that is what council wants achieved. And so we're not going to, based on today as an example, we're not going to spend time doing engineering or figuring out a business case for a funicular, because we know we're not doing it. And then the general public will know we're not doing it either, because it's going to disappear from the plan. So it won't be a discussion anymore, as Councillor McGee talked about. So if you're a member of the public reading this plan and you're looking at it going, they're going to build a funicular. No, we're not. So if we know that, let's take it out of the plan.
Councillor Forbes.
I guess I struggle with this a little bit, because I see these master plans and I see we're in year 5, and inside of it, it said you would have parts of it completed by 2029. I'm not even sure how you're going to do that if it's now just sitting before us to determine what we're taking out and what we're not going to look at. I just am curious, over the last 5 years, I've only been here for 2 of them. We're on 3. What have you guys done to move this forward?
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. That's a great question. Through one of the previous slides, we did show some of the deliverables that we have done. Some of it is operational, but some of it does relate to the focus group items of what they wanted for the deliverables. There has been some work that has gone in the background, but once again, we do have a document that's approved in principle, and really trying to find out where we go with that doesn't give us enough understanding of moving forward. And since moving into the position, the organization has adopted the path. We don't understand where we want to go. We're bringing it back to council to get that clear understanding at this point. So this is where we're having the discussions today. So we can put the effort where the effort needs to be, rather than having a lot of assumptions in the background of what's potential or what may not be potential. So we're hoping that today, even though those deliverables looked at 2029, as I said, they were adopted in principle. We're coming back for clarity. We do apologize that it's taken so long, but there's been a lot of pieces that have moved on, and they've actually done some of the deliverables as we're coming back and trying to get that clarity today. So hopefully when we get through this, we'll be able to hit those deliverables, and council can keep us accountable for the plan as adopted.
Councillor Forbes.
I guess that'll also bring me down to how relevant is the focus group stuff now 5 years later? That's a real question I have, and I've actually had that from a ratepayer as well.
Thank you, through the chair. That's a great question. And that's one of those items that there's been 2 focus groups, okay? There was the first one that always happens when you do a master plan. And then we revisited, the organization revisited with the focus group. We do believe everything has value in both of those plans. Otherwise, we would have gone back out the market. The market has not changed. If not, it's heated up. So the opportunities seem to be more prevalent than what they were when the plan was done. Different strategies provincially, different strategies with partners in there. So right now, I think we're actually moving at the right opportune time to actually make an impact to those decisions and forward. And as we forecast our budget and move forward financially, we need to look at those different streams of grant funding in order to lessen the impact on the organization. So this does marry up, and I do believe the information is still viable, but at the same time, council's voice of what they hear comes back to us as well through understanding. If at any time you don't feel something is still within the parameter or still valuable, or you can ask us to revisit it. You can ask us to look at it. As any working document, we're hoping that it's a 5-year plan, but if the environment changes, we're going to come back and have those conversations, see if it's still viable.
Go ahead, Reeve King.
Sorry, did you have a follow-up? Because I certainly can wait. So I guess my comment was, the most recent focus group was presented to council in 2021. And when I look through some of the things that are in that focus group list, there's quite a few things that were suggested in the do first or perhaps later that we're actually doing already.
Yes.
And so I would say that we are moving forward. Perhaps we're not moving as fast forward on some of the big things, like a washroom facility or some of those things that were suggested. Reason for that has been money, 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 and not a real clear understanding of what that actually should look like. And so, as a counselor sitting at the table, I know we've set aside money for Horseshoe Canyon. We've set aside money for a development at Horseshoe Canyon. It's sitting in a reserve fund. However, we've never had a clear picture of what that development would look like. So from a staff side now, on the other side of the table, I can see why there's nothing coming forward to us, because we've never projected a clear direction, clear, this is what we want as counselors. And so I'm happy to have this conversation, because at the end of this, I would like you to have some clear, we want this and we want it by X. And so I guess I am happy that we have made progress. I'm not happy that 6 years ago when I first came on council, we talked about some of the same things, and we're still talking about them. And in all fairness to our staff, as counselors, I don't think we've ever been clear about exactly what it is that we want. And so hopefully at the end of this conversation, my hope is we're not going to have this conversation in 2 years' time saying, well, we still haven't done anything. So that's the hope that I have. Okay?
Councillor Foltz.
I am also in agreement with you on that. The only reason why is because you've budgeted for a structure that's down there. You've allotted money before I've sat here. And yet, is that structure going to cost what you've allotted? I don't think it is, because of the cost of inflation. So every year you put off stuff and not doing it, you're creating an inflationary cost to the residents of this county.
Reeve King.
And just as a follow-up, and not in any way a disagreement, we've seen that in so many areas. I can think of a recent experience that Horseshoe Housing Corporation has had in terms of putting forward a proposal from 12 years ago that now today is going to cost way, way more money. We see that in our own operations all the time. And so the reality is, though, if we as council don't give clear direction, we can't expect staff to go somewhere that we haven't pointed them to. And so again, my hope is that we will come to a clearer picture of what it is that we're asking for, so that our staff, our administration can come back to us and say, here's 3 options for what a washroom facility, a hosting, blah, 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 might look like. And then we could say yes, no.
Go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you. Thank you to council for this conversation. I want to explain that the washroom was a conflicting value with a interpretive center. We felt that doing one would be wasted cost if it could be combined into another. So some of the strategies were conflicting between the focus group and the master plan, which we're trying to bring together and create a wholesome understanding and marry some of the values that may have potential with some marriage, and others discount them or find different strategies in order to come forward with them. So I do appreciate the cost of everything is going up. We're going to do our best as administration with funding as we have a feasibility study to look at different partnerships, different funding options as we move forward. And anything within this portfolio, we would be exploring different funding options, grant opportunities, partnerships, any of those aspects to limit the potential impact on the taxpayers. So right now, I am very excited, and so is the team, to really understand where council wants to go forward with this. And we want to get it moving just as much as council does.
I know at one point in time when we were looking at the washrooms and the interpretive center, we were pretty much going to be on our own because there was no grant funding available. With this tourism shift that's been happening with the province, and because the province, I wouldn't say they're flush with money, but they are interested in shifting tourism to the Badlands, to our area, there is a better opportunity that maybe any plans that we can kind of incorporate could maybe partially be funded by the province, and there has been interest from our MLA and surrounding MLA. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you. So at this point, I'd like to ask council's permission to continue with the discussion on those items that are there. If there's something that you feel that you don't want, or if there's a different way you want us to manage it, please let us know. There is a lot of information here. We can always come back together and have another conversation. As I said in previous committee of the whole meeting, please don't approve a plan you don't believe in. We do want to make sure that it is something that council wants as a majority, and so we can make sure those deliverables are as required. So as they go through this, if there's additional information you need from the team, they're more than willing to try to present it from their viewpoint. And if there's more work that we need to do in the background, please express that, and we will do the work.
Okay, on that note, I'm going to call it recess. And we'll think.
Pretty much like corner gas, you know, whatever that town was. And
Okay, are we back up and running there? We are, all righty. All right, well, I will bring the meeting back to order, and I guess next part of the presentation.
Okay, so just with the discussion we've had, I do want to point out, if we can just go a couple slides down, Carolyn. Within the focus group details that I have lined out here, I've highlighted the ones in orange are ones that we have had some movement on, and either completely or in some way move to implement those strategies. So just so that's in council's awareness. Now we can go back. So just revisiting the first 3 points here that we've gone to, is there anything within those points that council would like to explicitly strike from an ongoing master plan or really highlight to include? So within the overnight experiences, the visitor pavilion, the event hosting space, and the day use parking areas, is there anything within there that council sees as a direct necessity or exclusion for an ongoing plan?
Reeve King.
So the only comment I would make is, at some point in time, as we sort this out, some of these are going to become more distant realities than immediate ones. For instance, the diversity of overnight experiences. It's sitting there number 1 on the list right now, but it's likely going to be number whatever. So if we agree with some of the things that are going to remain in here, that I hope that the master plan that we develop, the new one, will focus not only on the 20-year out, but will give an indication of how fast we plan to move on some of those.
Absolutely. Okay. There's nothing further. I will continue on to the access, no, we already visited, the connected accessibility, diverse and appealing mix of trails. So within the master plan, there is a map there with this very large, extensive, round canyon top trail with a suspension bridge on the NCC portion. This has not been something that has seen any sort of movement on lands outside of our own. We are in communication with the NCC within their existing trails, and we have had discussions on signage and things like that, and trail upkeep. But as far as any extensive infrastructure such as the suspension bridge or expansion of the trail, you notice that on the side of it, it goes into private land. None of that has been explored or indicated as being a strategy that will move at this time. We have done some trail enhancements from the lookout point towards the Long Table site to the west, as well as some expansions to the east, adding in an additional viewpoint and some increased vegetation over there and trail development. So that's something that we are looking to continue with and just really expand that top side. Within the canyon, currently we do have that loop that goes from the box steps and down through the bottom. It's about a 20-minute hike approximately. And that was something, along with the box steps and the improved emergency access road with the retaining wall there, that was something that we did receive from some of the work that we've done within the filming industry. So some of their necessities to get to the bottom and to utilize that site as a filming location, they were able to provide us with funding back for, one, for the use, as well as the reclamation of anything they touched and the improvements to that road. So we did, I believe, the only number that I have on hand for that was in regards to the Netflix filming for the Lost in Space, where we got $80,000 plus from that filming experience. So just within that trail development, that's kind of where that extensive trail came from, was from some of those filming accesses. So there are other unmaintained trails throughout, and it's kind of been an explore as you go location. It is one of the highlights of coming to visit Horseshoe Canyon, but it also comes with some negative erosion due to the foot traffic as well. And so that is something that we will be continuing to explore options related to that, trying to minimize the impact and the erosion as much as possible, and trying to really increase that user awareness of the sensitivity of the site. Is there, I guess, within those strategies that I just discussed, is there anything that council would like to see included or excluded within those?
Councillor Forbes?
I believe, just from conversations that I've had, one of the strategies we also should be including is how we're moving foot traffic from there to our actual county, so that everything isn't going down the hill towards Drumheller. So how are we as a county going to bring them over? Go ahead, Kevin.
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you very much. I really do appreciate that conversation. That's going to be more on the economic development plan of that strategy of how we marry our potential infrastructure or assets to have a marketing aspect of how we redirect people internally to other areas within the county that should see some more attention and some love, if you want to put it in a caring, endearing way. The focus area of Horseshoe Canyon does give us that platform because the amount of foot traffic, but it is on a larger marketing program that would be falling in the economic development portfolio.
Reeve King?
I'm just going to follow up on Councillor Forbes' comment. One of the things I see about Horseshoe Canyon is that there is an opportunity for it to be an entry point into Kneehill County and other attractions beyond. And so that's one of the things I don't want lost and just entirely moved over into economic development, but it's sort of how do we highlight the other recreational opportunities. And so that stays on the recreation side and would stay attached to Horseshoe Canyon. The other opportunities within Kneehill County, and so is Horseshoe Canyon, I was jokingly telling Councillor Forbes about Klondike days in Edmonton and how they claim that doorway to the Klondike. Having lived in the Klondike, never did think of Edmonton as the doorway. However, can we use Horseshoe Canyon as an entry point to the rest of the recreational opportunities within Kneehill County? And how do we do that? How do we focus the attention from downhill to internal within Kneehill? So I think that's something I would really like to see somehow addressed, not only just on the economic side, but on the recreation plan and a recognition of that within the master plan for Horseshoe Canyon.
Go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you very much, through the chair. I think there's a couple of ways that we could marry it with the existing master plan of how it looks with the strategies. So we look at the visitor pavilion and event hosting space as well as the signage and wayfinding, that within those two parameters, we potentially could put language in those areas to understand that one of the main objectives is to actually redirect and work closely with economic development in order to create strategies and opportunities for that purpose. So if we put it in the plan to identify underneath those strategies, I think that it would encompass what you're looking for. Those would probably be the biggest aspects to Horseshoe Canyon as I see through the strategies. If there's other strategies and you want this as a strategy on its own, it could also be incorporated as a strategy on its own.
Reeve King.
Just as a follow-up, I guess one of the things I recognize as a rural municipality, that oftentimes traffic that comes here, we don't necessarily get all the spin-off because we don't necessarily have all the services. And so certainly our urban partners are going to be beneficiaries of that unless we have private industry developing those types of things within the rural side of the equation. However, I think it's important, and I don't want it to get lost, it's important that within Kneehill County, there's a lot of things that are worth seeing and visiting. And so if there's a way that we can do what we're talking about to pull people, divert them from sliding downhill into the Kneehill counties and to the other attractions that we have, then I think we want to try to do that.
Councillor McGee.
I agree, we need to have a way of it being articulated in this plan that we are trying to draft. Absolutely.
And so if we have an interpretive center and if we have signage and if we point people towards Kneehill County, that's going to be a critical component of what we're doing. And like our on-site ambassadors and our little QR codes and things that we're using already help point people into Kneehill. And so, I mean, we're already doing some of that. Just how do we focus it more, I guess, is the question I'm asking.
Councillor McGee.
I see it as one of the overall overarching philosophies of why we're even here having this discussion, and I think that needs to be articulated in that plan. Why are we looking at this at all? And that being one of them. One is recreation, one is stewardship, the other is as a gateway, and I think that being the principles of why we're even considering what any we're doing needs to be articulated in whatever we put forward.
Go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. There's also another opportunity within the plan is that we look at the vision, we talk about the vision and the strategy above within the plan and stipulate that it's council's wish or desire that this is a platform for all other great things within the county and use it as a gateway. So when we incorporate the strategies within the plan, we're keeping that in mind for everything that we implement. So we can put a part of the overarching strategy for Horseshoe Canyon to understand that this is, when we look, for example, if we look at the interpretive center, we're looking at having an area where we can promote other great opportunities within the community, promote the history of the community, all the aspects that really are fundamental to Kneehill County. So I believe that we can put it more on a deliverable as far as the overarching plan has this as, let's say, a visionary aspect to council through their strategic initiatives, that this is what we'd like the canyon to resolve in, right? Of course, recreational is one of them. But the other is a platform for the rest of the community.
Reeve King.
Now, I know we didn't answer your question necessarily. One of the things I would really like us to focus on is that canyon top. And not necessarily the suspension bridge, but I am convinced there's a way to make a canyon top trail that will drop into the bottom of the canyon and come back up. So there is a way to get from the top at the north end where it's very difficult to get across, but there is a way to get from the top to the bottom and back up to the top so that we could have a continuous trail that circles that canyon. We'd have to work with our partners. We'd have to work with our neighbor whose property we'd have to access to complete that canyon top. But I think like there's huge opportunity from a walking, running, hiking, biking, snowshoes, cross-country skiing opportunity there for people to have an end destination point for a recreation activity. And if you want to walk that canyon top, it's not a 20-minute hike. And so it's going to keep people in place at that place for a longer period of time. And perhaps that's something that our neighbor who has camping opportunities can take advantage of as well, and that's putting money into the economy in Kneehill County. So I really think we need, if we don't want all the traffic in the bottom, then we have to give an alternative, and that's traffic at the top. And to me, it's a big, long trail, but it would be a great thing to have. So my input there.
Thank you. There's no further discussion on that. I will move on to the next strategy. Sorry, on that page. So this would be the site furnishings, fixtures, and amenities. So this is just looking at the different fixtures throughout, waste receptacles, benches and seating, shade structures, things like that. There is a lot of this that has already been implemented. But of course, the plan goes into some more detailed things such as group camping fire pits, benches in the comfort camping and tenting nodes that refer back to some other strategies. And as well as enhancing the visitor experience, improving the safety and security, as well as one of the things that they note in here is when we're looking at things like lighting for the site, installing dark sky sensitive and energy efficient lighting. So one of the attractions of the site is the fact that it does meet those dark sky standards to be able to have that full view of the night sky. And that is an attraction for many people. So making sure that isn't affected by the amenities that we put into place. Yeah, and so there's a long list of strategies in there in reference to those things. And like I said, some of those things we have implemented, benches, picnic tables. We're working on some shade structures and completing those and implementing some additional ones. And so that is a strategy that has seen some movement. But if there's any additional areas of focus that council would like to see, brought to light, we can deliver those into that plan. Okay, I'll move on to the next one. So improved signage and wayfinding. So again, this is one of those ones that we have done some movement on, and we're continuing to. One of the things that was approved in this year's budget was a replacement of that Canadian Badlands sign. There is a number of the business information on there that is no longer accurate. I believe the Gazoo is still on there. So we want to be able to make, and we're looking into the options right now of what we can do to have both a canyon trail map as well as on one side, as well as some business information that's updatable so that we're able to continually add and put on those local businesses and promote them. And so, yeah, the ongoing signage strategy is just continual within that. Is there anything that council would like to see as far as our signage and improvements to be made, directions to go?
Councilor McGee?
Would you be able to bring up that sign photo just so we can take a peek at it better?
The original one?
Yeah, and then just.
Don't know if I have a close-up, especially of the back side of it. There is a very tiny little photo in the one slide.
Yeah, your first.
Just the slide ahead of this one. So that one on the top, yeah, where the cursor is right now.
So Oh, well, yeah, right, that was written when Kneehill County was in a different logo, so,
Yeah,
so we'll be able to put our logo on there so it's more obvious?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and
Yeah.
so that's the hope, is that we would be able to really enhance that sign, and like I said, make it so that it's something that we can update. We're looking at some different options for that, whether it's a solar-powered electronic sign or a physical one that we're able to swap things out on. But yeah, it's our hope that we're able to put something that, you know, can provide people with information on the canyon on one side and information on our businesses and the county on the other.
Mr. Gannon. Sorry.
Thank you very much. So for the signage and that strategy, if we were to deliver a project forward to council, it would be in a budget understanding, and the deliverables within the expectation of that signage or what we're trying to do within the strategy will be all incorporated in it. We need to have a real clear understanding of how our signage looks within the county and what our standards are. And especially when we're doing a Horseshoe Canyon where you want to use it as a marketing platform for everything within the county, that this would become a larger project, that council would be sitting down with the budget, with understanding that these are the strategies, this is what we're going to look at, and then it could be brought back forward for consideration when we do them. So when we move forward with some of these items within these strategies, this is not the last time you see it. It will be coming forward to council to really see that. There's got to be budget assigned to it. There's got to be a strategy. There has to be an understanding of that expectation moving forward to make sure that vision is captured.
Councillor Foltz.
So can you just, Carolyn, move that over to where you see the Badlands sign? Are we gonna have to partner with them if we're ever replacing this, that one that you have there? This one, yeah.
So through the chair, that's going to be part of the bigger program, is we need to understand who our partners are, especially when I had some fulsome conversations with the province. Some of the conversation is, are we revisiting the Badlands logo? Are we revisiting that strategy? We want to make sure whatever strategy we're moving forward with encompasses the larger picture and that expectation to capture those potential platforms that will trigger more conversation or more activity within the region. So a lot of the areas there, yes, we want to incorporate Kneehill County as understanding that we are the owners here, we are the proponent in this area, but we also want to understand the branding to Horseshoe Canyon and what Horseshoe Canyon is bringing as well. The other thing I want to caution council is sign noise. And what I mean is too much signage is horrible, so that strategy has to be understood. For example, we've had a lot of movies within Kneehill County within the areas, and through our economic development plan, we potentially could go forward and say that this is an area that we want to encompass is film tourism, and we want to incorporate more films in that. Well, we want to make sure that we minimize the amount of signage in the area. What is the larger strategy here? So these are some of the discussions that will be coming back to council, and we just want to understand if this strategy is a strategy you want to move forward with, we will look what that strategy would look like, would back to council with this is our proposal, this is where we want to go, is this where you want to go, right? And then have those conversations.
Councillor Penner.
Further to Councillor Fogg, in discussion with this sign, I've hated this sign from the day one. No, I have, because it does not encompass Kneehill County, and we had this before, a discussion on this back, and there was one even before this, and but being there was a partnership with the Badlands and a few things like that. Like, my idea of this sign is similar to what I think it's Newell County, and you go down Highway 36, or whenever you enter Newell County, I think it is, there's a massive sign, and it just says everything that's in Kneehill County, like a big map, the tourist points or whatever. It's just a little pull out, and that's what I've always wanted. This, like at that, so, Reeve King was talking about the gateway to the county. Like, we want this big sign there. This is the gateway, and this is Kneehill County map, not the Badlands, stuff like that.
Okay.
So.
Go ahead, Councillor McGee.
Okay, so just to add more convoluted things in a session I wanted to keep smaller. I'm gonna be a hypocrite now. It's my opinion that that part of the sign should be removed before the season.
Of the middle sign. So that wasn't the
Yeah.
sign that we were looking at replacing.
No, I know, but since like I said, I'm adding a whole nother thing that wasn't on your agenda.
Okey dokey.
But that is, I have a long conversation about why I would like to see that, and it's quite detailed, and it's not probably the time right now, but there's just many reasons in my mind that that needs to be gone, because we're reinforcing really an opposite message of what this council is about, and it needs to be gone.
2 gallons of paint in the budget?
Skill saw.
Go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you through the chair. Can I get clarity? Is it the sign on the top left or in the bottom center? Okay. So administration can bring this back to council to consider and look at that in order for us to have a decision. The one thing that we need to understand is why it went up first and you know, what the strategy was for that sign. I do also see that it's an old sign if you look at the logo on the bottom portion. So it can be updated, and maybe it comes down to, until we have more of these strategies in place, we bring this back for consideration of what this sign should be replaced at in the interim until a larger program could be put out. So we can take this off to the side and bring this back to council with what potentially we can put there, and with the information that council has presented us, I think we can bring back something that would represent what you're looking for that one sign, until a larger strategy could really be narrowed down.
Go ahead, Councillor McGee.
So I'm going to be really overly clear. I would like to make a motion that council, administration brings to council options for the middle sign that has the map, so that it is addressed prior to the season opening.
So recommendations for council.
Yeah.
So if we took off the Horseshoe Canyon, the left side of the sign, stuck it on the right-hand side of the sign, and then just filled in everything we have on the west side.
In a roundabout way.
Yeah, so I'm talking about the one that has the map on it,
Yeah, I know.
right? And so whether we take it fully down, whether you take the map off, bring me some suggestions is what I'm saying about what we can do, but I want it addressed before we open the season. I want the sign changed before we open the season. So.
Okay, would that be appropriate?
Yes.
Yes, no, yes. Okay, Reeve King.
I guess I have a question. So what we're trying to do is give direction to administration today through the committee of the whole process. If they heard very clearly some direction around that sign, do we actually need to put a motion in place to recommend to council to give direction?
Yes.
Do we?
Yes.
Okay, otherwise you're not going to do anything.
Through the chair, I wouldn't say that. I would say that we'd have a clear understanding of council's expectation, and there'd be a deliverable on the end that we could be kept accountable for.
So committee of the whole is recommending that council ask administration to bring options for the Horseshoe Canyons. So we're actually not making a motion here, but we're recommending to council that they ask administration for options.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Cunningham.
So just because Councillor Fulton,
Somebody's got their mic on.
That'd be me.
okay. Just a little late to the party, just because we haven't been around the table as long as the rest of you folks. Mr. Gannon, you spoke to there was a reason, that sign that we're speaking of, that there was a strategy that it was done that way. Could you just explain what that strategy was? Because I'm just not aware of that.
Thank you. Through the chair. Normally, when we do signage and those items, there's usually a strategy that's proposed to council of why we're doing what we're doing and the intent for us to do it. And unfortunately, that is an older sign. I'd have to look back on the records and find out when that was put in and what the intent was. But right now, if the environment is not conducive to the signage being appropriate anymore, we'll find what other options there are and bring that back to council for consideration.
Councillor McGee?
So I can give you a little bit of and it's way more detailed than I want to give you. Way back, there was a large regional group called the Badlands.
Canadian Badlands.
Canadian Badlands Association, of which I served and represented the council on. And that was many municipalities working together to promote the Badlands. And so as part of that partnership in that community, in that committee, that's where that sign came from, to be on board with the strategy of that overarching piece.
And I do believe some of that funding came through from the province on that also.
And through that committee,
Yeah.
yes. But that committee has dissolved.
Reeve King?
I just have a question about the motion, I guess, and I'm asking Councillor McGee, I guess, is, are we recommending to council to direct administration to remove that sign or to bring us options for how that sign could be altered? I know from what you said earlier, it sounded like it was like go in there with a truck and pull it over, but.
Well, when I said that could be one of the options they bring forward, but it wasn't the only option. So options for the sign to be changed prior. Well, whether it's updated, what are the options? Maybe we can't update it in time for the season. The point being, that sign has to have a plan and not have that map before we open season.
So I like that second portion.
Yeah.
Councillor Forbes?
I'm not against the map, I just think that that map is too big for everything going other than where we need it to go. So it really does. So how about we make a sign? Because I also don't want any kind of funding that might come our way because of tourism by us removing that. So do I make it smaller in the corner to say, hey, here's the rest, and this is where we're at?
Excellent point, and I agree with you 100%. And that's why I'd like to keep it open for see the different options.
Excellent.
Because this has a lot of layers to it that I'm sure Kevin understands, and I'm quite content to bring up in another conversation. That's why I wanted it to leave to option.
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the comments. I'd like to propose that, as council's expressed, we will revisit the map and see opportunities for replacing. Removing infrastructure and replacing infrastructure is an exercise I'm not fond of. I'd rather put something temporary in place that represents a vision and find a temporary fix until we have a more wholesome strategy in place for what we move forward. The other portion I want to express, similar to what council has, is this sign was done within a partnership. We do not want to ruin the relationships with those partnerships, even if they're dormant, because those partnerships still exist in some form or another. We still have them on our Kneehill County signs. Some of the conversations have already started within the province. If they redevelop that marketing strategy and continue to use it, which wasn't one of my recommendations, I feel that we need to find out how we re-examine this and how we work and use that as a platform for the additional funding that may come out of those partnerships and that platform internally within Horseshoe Canyon, the region, and the county. So there's many different aspects to the strategy that we'll bring forward, but I want to put a temporary fix in place to handle what I would surmise as an eyesore to council, and then we'll come back once the plan is approved and put some funding in place for a larger marketing and signage strategy.
Councillor Cunningham?
I appreciate what Councillor McGee's doing here, because I think, as we said earlier, we talk about stuff and we do studies and focus groups and all this, and stuff just doesn't happen. So I think, and I know from what I'm hearing from our people, ad nauseum, I've heard this for years. This is our asset, right? So partnerships are huge. I'm a big believer in partnerships, working as a collective. But at the end of the day, the ratepayers are saying this is our money, and they want the focus to be on Kneehill County. So I'm very happy with the partnerships, but the focus needs to be on what the canyon is and what it's gonna do for Kneehill County. So whether, like you said, whether it's temporary, we don't wanna spend a whole bunch of money if we're gonna change it in 2 years. But I 100% agree, it has to be altered in some way for this year.
Go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you very much for the conversation. Is it okay with council if we move forward so we can look at the other strategies within the plan? Or is there something else you'd like to?
We have a motion
Oh, the
before
motion on the
us.
floor, thank you.
So is this motion the way you would like to see it read?
Yes, so you can take that bottom phrase out. That doesn't need to be there. Yep. That's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so Committee of the Whole recommends to council to direct administration to bring options for the Horseshoe Canyon map sign prior to season opening. Good with that? Okay. Any discussion to that motion? All those in favor? Okay, carried unanimously. 2 buckets of paint.
There you go, Faye.
Well, I hope there's more green in the county than that this year. Reeve King.
Just one last comment, and I agree with everything that's said around partnerships and the advantages that are there for us. But I think a lot of times we go in there being a willing participant, but not thinking about sort of the WIIFU, so what's in it for us. And I think we need to not discount the fact that we can work jointly with other people, but we also need to be very cognizant of what does it bring back of value to Kneehill County? And really what is in it for us? And so that's very selfish in some ways, self-serving, but the reality is we're here for our ratepayers. And if we can partner and bring value back to Kneehill County, I say, let's do it. If we're gonna partner and the value goes everywhere else, then you have to question why we're spending that money and why we're spending the time to do that. So that's my new philosophy, what's in it for us. So there we go.
Okay,
Okay, onward and upward, or
Onward and
upward
upward.
I don't know.
okay. So if we will move on from signage and wayfinding, unless there's any further comments to that. We will go into, I'm sorry, I gotta flip because I was looking things up. Into the necessary utilities of the site. So there is a proposal within this master plan of some different supporting facilities in regards to other items. So whether that be the camping facilities or washroom facilities, et cetera. So a lot of these are items that I don't know that they necessarily need to be their own strategy because they are married to alternative strategies. The septic systems in the water for camping is directly related to that camping. That camping can't move forward without that. And so I think the bigger question overall would be when these opportunities present themselves, how are we going to be supporting of them and what will we be putting in as far as the utilities on site? And that'll be a larger question that comes forward with each of those, whether it's the camping or the day use or the washroom, the pavilion, that will come in those discussions. So if there's any additional questions or anything, I guess the one thing that they do have on here is a Wi-Fi system for the area. and I do recognize that that is an issue that that's not necessarily agreed with, but it is a strategy for connectivity in an area where connectivity is very, very limited, especially to the canyon bottom there. So there are a variety of strategies that can be implemented for that, but whether or not we explore them is what we're looking at.
Councillor McGee?
Not necessarily Wi-Fi, but that also came through the task force, and the major concern here is safety. Because there has been people left at the bottom, who can't get a hold of anybody, and there has been a couple situations that have been really not very positive, and could have been life-threatening. So a communication for emergency help is something that, whether it's Wi-Fi, whether it's, finding a cell tower or whatever, but that has, in my opinion, needs to be addressed in some sort of way.
Flare guns?
I'm just gonna throw it out there. We're in the wilderness, and I wanna limit that kind of stuff as much as possible to our site. We don't want, the gondolas and all that kind of stuff, whatever, so whatever it is, it's the minimal effect it's going to have on our environment. Because if I go to a lot of the mountains, I don't have any coverage either. Go horseback riding, I have no coverage. You just put in the good Lord, your hands in the good Lord, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and one thing that I do recognize, and that is new and upcoming and continually developing every second, is the prevalence of satellite communication devices. I know I purchased one last year for that reason, for backcountry access. And so people who are interested in that, they do typically get those devices. I also know that I just saw a commercial for iPhones where they actually have a satellite access in emergencies where there's no cell service. So that's one of the new features that they're coming out with. So there is some addressing of the issue that is happening globally that we may not need to deal with it. But one of the things that we do have on site is a sign at the top just letting people know that the canyon has limited cellular access. That's along with the same sign that it may be really hot. It's steep terrain with uneven footing, and take water and recognize that there is not necessarily that access or that communication access. So yes, it's a strategy we can explore, but it's also a strategy that may be addressed before we're even able to put anything in place.
Mr. Gannon, you had a comment, or has it been taken care of?
Yes, please, through the chair. When we look at Wi-Fi and those different strategies, I agree with the team is that they're going to be incorporated into some of the other deliverables. Wi-Fi strategy, if we went forward with Wi-Fi, I know that everybody wants to limit that portion of it. You don't have it in different areas. There's different strategies of why you can or cannot use it, or why you should or should not use it. Let me say more clearly. For example, we have a paid parking program there. If we don't want to use staff for that program, we potentially could rent the units that they use Wi-Fi in order to pay for their paid parking through their individual codes, no different from a Banff or Canmore. When you go there, you do your QR code and then it's managed in that aspect. It's also an economic driver with individuals that are going out there as different champions or internet gurus that promote, I've went through the canyon, I've done this, they have 10,000 views, and it really promotes that. Sure, they can do that afterwards. A lot of people, if they don't do it at that time, they don't go back to revisit it to send it out. So it may be a lost opportunity. It may be a strategy, a marketing strategy, but it could encompass many areas. It could increase where there's partnerships if we do glamping in that area, that people in those areas want that type of service in that. So I just want to make sure that when we do come forward with these things, we'll give you a larger spectrum of why this is coming forward. It's not just going to be safety, it's going to be a multitude of things. And how we manage safety is also another thing that could be done by limiting hours, signage. There's different aspects to that. And if you don't have cell reception, you need to understand, you need to manage that. So if it's the expectation that we're managing it and we find it, those are strategies we'd have to explore if that was council's wish.
Okay, so if there's no further question on utilities, we'll move on to actively managing visitors and visitor use. And so this relates,
Just break in for a second. Do we have we don't have water, like a tap at the
No.
top of the canyon?
no, the current water lines do run close to the area, but we do not have any hookups
Okay, so there's
in
no
place.
riser there.
Nope.
Okay. Councillor Christie.
I guess my priority would be to get utilities as the first step to matter whatever we do, and terribly important for everything.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, and that's through the different strategies. For example, if we do an interpretive center, there could be an option of temporary utilities versus bringing in lines into an area. Potentially spending a large portion of millions of dollars of bringing lines into Horseshoe Canyon for different aspects, or having different ways of bringing potable water, having cisterns, having different types of utility-driven aspects. So there's different options of what that utility would look like. I do agree there is a form of utility that would be required if we're looking at developing, but there are different options to the design of that utility. So that would be incorporated in those projects, and that would be a determination on council, depending on what they're looking for and the potential cost to those projects.
I do believe when the Churchill line was expanded, we specifically made sure that there was water access to the canyon, because that's where it was kind of dropping off. So I'm surprised that we didn't put some sort of a pipe or a riser.
I
in
believe
that
that there
area.
is like an access point, but there's not actually like something that we can run water out of right now. So it isn't a
Okay,
developed
So
access.
there is a riser someplace there, but it's inactive.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was getting at. Okay, Councillor Christie, you had a question.
I guess my comment would have been, I'd like to see the cost of either option. So that, you can't make a decision without a price tag.
Reeve King.
Sorry, I can't
Tongue-tied.
resist any longer. I don't mind seeing utilities for a actual development, but I don't think we need to put utilities in place for potential development. So if we actually had an interpretive center / washrooms, it would make absolute sense to have water there and to have the necessary infrastructure, and it might be a place that you could put Wi-Fi signal booster on the top of a building so you could get canyon access. I don't think that I want to see us pushing a bunch of utilities without some end use in mind. So if somebody down the road wants to do glamping or to partner and be a private operator of that kind of thing, at that point in time, I think then we investigate the cost of putting utilities to whatever that site is. But just to put utilities in hopes that something might happen, I don't think we do that. I think if we have a targeted end use, like for instance, the farmer's market venue, we're talking about putting electricity there. Maybe down the road, if there's water right across, because I'm sure the campground has water, if there's water right across the road, maybe sometime down the road, we have water to that venue. But it has to have a purpose. I don't want us to invest money without an end purpose in mind.
And I guess to clarify my comment, I just wanted to know whether there was access to a water line at Horseshoe Canyon.
Yeah.
Should be now.
So, but I guess I needed verification.
Yeah.
Very good, thank you.
Okay. And yes, so going back to the actively managing visitors and visitor use. So this is generally more of a movement-based, leaving no trace, and is something that, although we don't have the specific branding of the leave no trace, that is something that within our signage that we have implemented. you know, being respectful and low impact to, from visitors. It's also something that, as our staff are on site, that they're implementing and enforcing as they're walking around. They're trying to make that impression on people that we want to take care of our site and see it for long-term use.
Go ahead, Councillor Folds.
In the actively managing the visitors, what conflict management do our park employees receive to deal with visitor conflict? Because that has been a question that was asked of me.
Absolutely. And so that's something that we work in-house extensively with them on before them heading out for the season. We also send them to not so much for the conflict management, but for local tourism's sake. We send them to the drum discovery training just to get an outlook on what the local sites are. And then, like I said, we have a list of just training that we go through one-on-one. And when we're selecting those individuals, we're trying to pick people who have experience in customer service and have been able to deal in that realm before and come with some of their own skill set. Of course, we are dealing with seasonal positions, so we sometimes get what we get. But so far we've found that we've had some very excellent staff come through and within the in-house training and working with them. And our number one thing is it's the same for weed inspecting, it's the same for this, and the same for, you know, just mowing staff encountering individuals in the field. There is, to being in the public, there is always a chance of confrontation. Our biggest thing is de-escalation and listening, because we find a lot of the time people just want to be heard. This site has seen a number of I guess, interactions that are less than positive, but we also have a lot of positive. And these days, the positive outweigh the negative. And of course, we're as supervisors, we're working with our staff before and after, you know, making sure that they're prepared and then making sure that afterwards they're supported. So,
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you through the chair. I want to reassure council that regardless of which strategy we bring forward or what the plan for our ambassadors or workers within the area, there's onboarding that happens and there's continuous communications with the staff. We do have a lot of internal processes depending on the level of interaction or the concerns that they have, and then they're addressed and there's corrective actions that are put in place. We also polish up our standard operating procedures or things that are required. We have different conversations with the staff and learnings. So these are consistent approaches within an administration, especially with the Ag and Parks area, and individuals that have to work with around the general public on a regular basis.
Councillor Phillips.
How many times during a season is the travel drumheller ambassador stationed at Horseshoe Canyon? Another question I had.
so that travel drumheller ambassador comes to us on the typically the high visitation area from about the end of June through August. And they come maybe once a week. It depends on their availability and what other programs they're running. And they're typically there for an afternoon of involvement on the site.
Thank you.
And so then I guess moving in through that actively managing the visitors. So we do have site traffic counters that we have implemented on site. There's something that we're continually refining how they work We've had issues with them drowning. They're a very temperamental piece of equipment, but we're continually working with how we collect and how we utilize that data to best reflect, the most accurate numbers that we can. At this point, within the last year or so, we've seen about 100,000 visitors on the site of Kneehill County, of Horseshoe Canyon, within the full year. So that's not specific to a certain area, that's kind of throughout. And like I said, we're continually kind of moving and changing in how we monitor that so that we get the best numbers. So that is one of the strategies that's kind of in here that we have implemented. There is an option in here for implementing regular visitor surveys, just to understand interaction. So that is something that hasn't been implemented, but if council's looking at trying to receive more feedback from that, we can explore those as options as well. Yeah, and then of course, within this plan, it also goes through the visitor safety and risk management. So developing the emergency response plan for the canyon, and working with local first responders, technical rescue, fire department, and other emergency personnel. So we do, because we do have a locked gate to the bottom of the canyon, that is a key that's been provided to the local emergency services departments, as well as at the beginning of every season in May, we go through an emergency response plan with all of our staff, and just go through some different scenarios on site, and what the process and procedure is for those.
Councillor McGee? Sorry.
I've been having a lot of dreams of torrential rains coming our way. Yeah, I think they're just fantasy dreams, but it did bring to mind, though, there are times where it could get pretty slimy and dangerous. Do we have a plan to close if we get to those type of conditions, or have we ever had that concern to that extreme?
It's definitely a concern that we've voiced to just people in general. When it gets wet, it gets slippery. It doesn't even need to be a torrential downpour. Any sort of moisture on that bentonite, it makes it very, very slippery. So whenever we have staff on site, that is something that they're advising to people, just be careful of your footing. There is, it can be a very slippery site. Try to stick to the graveled pathways, that kind of thing. We don't currently have a plan for closure of the canyon, just because it is such a wide site, and really we can close the main parking lot, but we can't close our overflow parking lot, and we have no way to close the whole entire canyon. So it really comes down to ability at this point. But of course, we do try to put those warnings in place should something happen. Okay, if there's no further questions on visitor management and visitor use, we can move on to the spirit of place. And so this is looking at the architectural style, the materials, the colors. So this is falls back a lot to the design, the landscape considerations and things like that. So a lot of it retains to trying to create a location that doesn't feel out of place in Horseshoe Canyon, that it fits with the natural environment, that is very low impact, trying to keep with the natural feel and space that's we've been continually working on with all of our plantings, all of our infrastructure, trying to put that in place as much as possible. And of course, something that would factor into any new development going forward.
I would like to see that as an overarching strategy.
Go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you through the chair. There are opportunities through this type of strategy within the master plan to really pinpoint on design standards for Horseshoe Canyon, regardless if it's someone developing in partnership with us or with our own envelope. So through having this as one of the strategies, we potentially can go forward with what are some parameters within design that need to be considered wholesomely, so they're incorporated into the overall arching strategy regardless around the canyon, if it's yurts or if it's other things in the area. We know the type of material, we know the type of strategy, we know what's moving forward with this type of stonework. When we look at the interpretive center, it has to follow, you know, certain design standards which exuberates the canyon as a whole as a design and marketing strategy. So having this in place really gives us the opportunity to go back and look at design standards to bring back forward to council for consideration and hold that as a package, and when we do anything, we know it falls within those parameters.
So dinosaur holograms are out?
That's
Only if you say
council's
they're
wish, we'll make it happen.
Okay. Only through the winter though, when it's dark.
Okay.
Okay, are we moving along?
Yes, we can. So getting into the resource development and operations. So this strategy's outlined in here, it really pertains to staff on site, as well as should a third-party operator come along. It's really speaking to what resources are being put towards the canyon for enhancement and development. We have seen movement on this one in regards to the park attendants who collect the paid parking fee and their presence on site, as well as the maintenance staff that we have coming. You know, they come in the shoulder season a couple times a week. In the busy season, July, August, they're there every day, cleaning and maintaining the facilities there. And so that is some of the enhancement there. We haven't quite reached the projection that they have in this in the plan here, but it is something that we have, you know, as the resources have been needed, and we've put that ask to council. Council has approved those measures being implemented. So, is there any additional staffing or direction that the committee of the whole would like to see?
Go ahead, Reeve King.
The only comment I'm gonna make is if we need the staff, we should have it there. If we don't, we shouldn't have it there. So I think if there's an argument to be made that we need additional personnel on site and a rationale for why, I'm assuming council would consider that, but just to have people there, that's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you through the chair. Those strategies, for example, the resource and development and operation, we have the service levels that are proposed today. Any change in those service levels, we will bring forward to council for consideration. For example, when or if a interpretive center is built, who's operating it, who's manning it, what is the strategy? Are we going to have canyon ambassadors where they're walking, they're given tours? That's all about a bigger arching program and service level delivery discussion that would have to come back to council for understanding. But currently the service levels proposed are the ones that are existing within the budget. I just want council aware that any increase or request for increase would come back to council for consideration, as it is a change in the program and it is a change in service levels.
Councillor Penner.
I love the ambassador idea on day one, but also we gotta keep our ears and eyes open to anybody that wants to volunteer as an ambassador, especially in that local area. And we've talked about this before. If anyone is talking to anybody and they hear, because that does happen with Travel Drumheller. When I was at the Hoodoos, it was a volunteer that was manning that booth that time. So I don't know if they're volunteers when they come to Horseshoe Canyon or not, but I mean, if we're talking to our general public and they are so keen and just love that area, straight out ask them, would you like to be in it? You know, down the road, we're not saying right now, but down the road, is that something you would be interested in?
Absolutely.
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you through the chair. I think that we can put an addition into here is that we should look at alternative options when looking at resource management as far as different community groups, activities, those type, when we're looking at those service delivery agents come forward to council for consideration. The only concern that we do have is the level of expectation council has for those programs and those deliveries. Sometimes takes a lot more on-site supervision to make sure that that story or the ambassador role is taking completely as council's expectation is.
Okay. There's nothing further on that. I will move forward into the, looking at the right one. So the, I'm flipping things. The regular and preventative maintenance programs. So this is something that we do have in place. And as different services are added, we're making sure to have that as a portion of what is brought to council for those services, so that it's not just the upfront cost, it's the ongoing and continual maintenance and operation of things. So, you know, with every you know, trail development, with every viewing point, you know, there is additional maintenance costs and eventually replacement costs that come into place. So making sure that that's something that we have continually ongoing is something that we're trying to continually expand, especially as we're looking at our capital replacement plan as a whole from the county, and being sure to have those timelines set out and what that reasonable replacement looks like. So on to the next one is collaborating with the NCC and adjacent landowners. So this is looking at a memorandum of understanding between Kneehill County and the NCC, establishing an interagency committee and regular meetings, hosting annual meetings with adjacent landowners, and seeking partnerships with other tourism-based stakeholder groups that are able to enhance the visitor experience. So all of these things we have done in part, but I believe that there's more enhancement that could be done. So the work with the NCC, we do have some regular contact with them. We've discussed trail enhancements and things like that. There has, I would say, not been a lot of movement on their part as far as trail development, but it is something that they said that they've got in discussion of things. It's not something that we do holding annual meetings with the adjacent landowners, but of course, should there be any concerns or anything that's brought forward to us, it's something that we're trying to address as quickly as possible, and making sure that any answers or concerns are resolved quickly. And as far as partnerships with tourism-based stakeholder groups, we have worked a bit with Travel Drumheller. I know that there was some work that we've done through the markets and that promotion with other, you know, tourism-based groups just for their promotion from the area. But that's kind of something that's ongoing with the economic development strategies and the regional tourism strategies that are currently being developed.
Councillor Christie?
Just a question, on the NCC, the campgrounds in that property, do they own their property or is that a long-term lease? I'm just curious.
The NCC side,
The campground itself,
the campground is privately owned.
So they own the
It's not part of the NCC.
but in your map, it shows the NCC, well, on the several maps that I looked at last night, that it didn't even itemize the campground, so I was just curious whether that was
So
owned property.
when the maps in this plan were made, the campground didn't exist.
Okay,
So it was privately owned land. I'm not sure why it would list it as part of the NCC.
okay,
But the NCC is on the opposite side of the road and then that section
okay.
to the north there.
I just thought the campground was further north, so that, it tweaked me that it
Yeah,
didn't show up, so.
yeah, no, the campground would be privately owned land on that south of the road portion. Yeah.
So I have a quick question on the NCC. They have no issues with people going through that canyon part that they
No.
own?
No, it's a open for public access site. And so they have signage and are open to visitors. They don't, it's kind of an in-between site for them. It falls at the very edge of two of their management zones. And so we've seen it kind of bounce back and forth from different managements, as well as just the amount of maintenance that they've been able to put into it has been limited. We have assisted them with things like weed control and vegetation management. When we do our long table dinners, we will cut the site for them so that, you know, kind of as a mutual beneficiary so that we're able to utilize that site as well. I do know that this year, one of the things they implemented was they did some grazing on the west side there on the top, just with some sheep, trying to get some additional vegetation management in there. So there is some ongoing things, but it's because of where it falls in their management. I don't believe that there is a lot of movement on things there, but it's something that I personally have not gotten opportunity to work with them much, and I'm looking forward to those conversations.
I guess just one supplemental on that. So when you're down in the bottom of the canyon and you're progressing from Kneehill County's Horseshoe Canyon site into the NCC site, is there a signage delineation?
Yes, so we put signage in place there 2 years ago, I believe, just on some of the more main trails. It's not everywhere, it's not like there's a fence, but some of the main pathways there, we did put signage that says you're now entering the NCC.
Okay, very good. Mr. Gannon?
Yes, thank you. I just want to remind quickly with council, some of the initiatives within the master plan have not taken into fruition that we would like to move forward with if it's council's desire. The team has worked really well with that partner and other partners. For example, the Royal Tyrrell Museum and NCC and our team are always working together. They have for the last 2 years of recovering fossils within the area. So that's not a small undertaking. Those are large fossils. There's a lot of care and attention that's done, trail maintenance and collaboration on what we need to do. A lot of the access points are on their area and needed a little bit more work, and our team has helped within incorporating that. So I believe there is an opportunity to have conversations. I'm not sure to what extent or to what desire those requests would go through, but there is good communication with that group and ours.
That's good to hear. Mr. Hogan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To build on that, maybe a suggestion for the committee's consideration is the section as it is in the plan is, you know, collaborate with the NCC and adjacent landowners. We've had some discussion just now of expanding that. So I know the Royal Tyrrell, you know, the Tyrrell Museum could be deemed a tourism-based group, but it might be worthwhile just expanding that section a bit to include other possible beyond adjacent landowners, beyond the NCC, to include those areas like the Royal Tyrrell. I won't go into a ton of detail, but I've had a few residents, Kneehill County residents, approach me and float the idea of a Friends of Horseshoe Canyon Society. So there is there's other opportunities out there, and I wouldn't define that as a tourism-based group, but I definitely think it's maybe something that worth exploring. So that there is it might be good to just kind of open this section up a bit to reference some of those other potential partnerships or collaborations that exist out there.
Councillor Christie.
My comment to that would be an extreme strength because it would give funding that's not accessible any other way. As soon as it's a society, they can fundraise and get grants that nobody else can get.
Yeah, and I will put out there, if the committee wants more information on that, I can give that to you. I'd rather do that in a closed session just because it was preliminary and there's some privacy stuff there. But if you want more feedback on that, I can do that at an upcoming point.
Thank you.
Reeve King.
The other thing, when we're talking collaboration and working with partners and whatever, like one of the things I talked about earlier was the Canyon Top Trail. Nothing stops us from doing Canyon Top Trail on our portion of the canyon, even if we don't have agreements in place with our partners at that point in time. Because we could still do a loop on the east and toward the north side without having partners involved with the potential of expanding that in the future. So although we want to collaborate and work with somebody like the NCC or adjacent landowners, I don't want us to stop potential development while waiting for partners to get on side. And I also recognize that some of that development that we might want to do on NCC property might require capital input from Kneehill County, just because of the way Nature Conservancy of Canada works. So don't close any doors, certainly, but don't necessarily stop what we want to do while waiting for an organization that might move even more slowly than we do to make a decision.
Okay. Okay, so yes, we will take those into consideration and we will implement that into the upcoming plan. And I do know some of the focus group points that came forward were related to that as well, so we will get into that. So the next point from the original master plan here is the reasonable return on investment and viable private sector opportunities. And so this is just looking at looking at a variety of business models that can be used to develop and operate in the canyon. Currently it states build, own, and contract operations model. What we're really looking at for direction from this is that still applicable? Is this something that we really want to be the owners of in every aspect, or is this something that we want to be open to some more ownership, I guess, as far as from private input? Looking at they do outline in here revenue share or lease space agreements with private vendors, looking after particular sectors, different programs and services that would be offered by the county or could be offered by private with lease agreements. So it's really trying to get the feel from council and the committee of the whole here on what direction they feel that we should be pursuing when it comes to looking at private opportunities within the Horseshoe Canyon.
Reeve King.
Never being afraid to go where no one else has gone before. I think that it makes absolute sense for us as Kneehill County not to necessarily think of ourselves as being the only possible developer within this canyon area, and that if partnerships come to us, we should absolutely consider them. Say we opened a pavilion that had retail space in it, or a restaurant in it or whatever. Doesn't mean we have to be the operators of those entities within a facility that maybe we built. If somebody came along and wanted to do some kind of glamping, camping thing, doesn't mean, all of the things that we're talking about doesn't mean we have to do them ourselves. And I think that it makes total sense if somebody came and said, this is a great opportunity, I see that it's in your master plan, I'm interested in doing it. Why would we close the door? We would have a conversation, we would come to some sort of agreement, maybe, and move forward. So I think we need to consider that private sector opportunities are going to exist here at the Canyon. The campground right next door is definitely taking advantage of the fact that Horseshoe Canyon is right there. And so, although we're not, that development's not on our property, it's in a recreation district separate from where the canyon is, there's a viable opportunity for an individual there who's taking great advantage of it. And so somebody else will come along or might come along who says, there's an opportunity here for me, never close that door. Because it draws people, of course, to the canyon, makes them spend more time there, brings revenue into Kneehill County. So that's what we're interested in.
Yeah, I wouldn't see an issue whatsoever with the county developing glamping and leasing it back to somebody to operate. I mean, the provincial government's been doing that for years. And, I mean, private business will probably do a much, they're on site more than what public business would be able to be at. So even if we build it, it would be, I wouldn't have an issue whatsoever leasing it to somebody. Councillor McGee.
I fully agree with both your statements. I think both you and Reeve King are right on where I'm thinking as well. It does, though, bring back the authentic spirit of place. I think we do have to be sure to have some definitions and clarity in place for that as part of our plan as well. So, but yes, the more other people can take part in making this a happening place, the better it is for our county, I think.
Go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you very much, through the chair. It's very important when we look at partnerships and we look at the spirit of Horseshoe Canyon and Kneehill County, of when we move forward, of what's it look like, what's it intended to be, who's running it, and who's basically ensuring that it is resembling the vision and the focus of that area's area structure plan, that when we move forward with it. So how we put our development standards, how we look at our expectations of the canyon, and that vision, the type of constructions that are there, the type of build out to the canyon, because usually if you find an opportunity, there's an opportunity for build out that's away from our property as well. So we need to encompass that whole vision canyon, but expanded outwards to make sure that anybody that's buying adjacent land or those opportunities are still playing with the same theme and vision and development aspect of that Horseshoe Canyon area. So I do believe that the strategy of us not being the owner is greatly heard, and frankly, we would rather have someone else perform those functions and us manage those than to put the resources there and to take care of them and manage them day after day. Or if there's a collaboration of part us and part them, that's also an opportunity. But as long as we incorporate to explore all opportunities of partnerships and potentially being the landlord, I think that's where the team would like to know if that's where you'd like to go, is that we don't want to limit our opportunities by saying something when we should be exploring all opportunities.
Yeah, I would totally agree. I mean, even at the interpretive center, I mean, make sure that it's built large enough so that there can be renters. If we're gonna have washrooms there, the ideal situation is to have somebody else in that building, whether or not they manage those washrooms, but at least they can keep our crews up to date on what's happening and what's malfunctioning, and there's less chance of, what would you call it, vandalism happening if there is someone on site. Like a franchise restaurant would be pretty awesome to have there, but it's very seasonal. Go ahead, Councillor McGee.
So this also brings forth yet another layer for administration. We'll probably need to find a way to include this perspective in our land use bylaws as far as the surrounding.
Go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you. Thank you through the chair. That's one of the main reasons we wanted to get the Horseshoe master plan approved, is because next is the area structure plan and understand how we build it outwards, right? Understand that vision and that expectation from council will give us an opportunity to build those things out, which is one of the reasons we haven't gone and put out requests for the feasibility study as of yet. We have it in the budget. We're going to be moving forward with it, but we're incorporating all the information we find through this master plan as it is approved by council to ensure we're capturing that vision, those design parameters, all those things that we've heard today, and not just put something out and have to revisit it and duplicate cost. The other aspect is administration. The team's been working very diligently to try to find marriages within the project. For example, if glamping is an area that we're going within, the plan showed multiple washrooms. We were thinking if you have one interpretive center with the washroom, showers and all that, people from the glamping area could come there and use those facilities and create a singular place rather than multiple areas. So, you know, when you have that traffic and you have that ability, you're pulling people to the area, to the stores, to those marketing strategies. So we do believe in what council is saying here, and I just want to express that administration has looked at those items, and we want to make sure that we're encompassing planning, infrastructure, development, all our areas of responsibility to ensure that we're moving in the right direction to the plan. Because the plan is really what governs how we move forward from here.
Okay.
Turn my thing back on. Okay, thank you for that direction. So the final thing that I have within the 2019 master plan is development of the compelling brand and attracting target markets. And so this is something that we have had small movements on. We've gone through some brand development. We've done some implementation of some small pilot merchandising projects. Really, it would be something that when we're looking to bring back a plan, that we would include those branding details for council's approval, so that we're able to ensure that that meets with what the expectations are. And then with what developing specific strategies for marketing and development would be, working with economic development and with the greater provincial movements to implement those strategies and have the branding and the pieces that we're putting in place really reflective of that. And making sure that what we're putting our efforts towards counts towards the further promotion of the site as a whole, and it isn't just knickknacks that somebody has in the bottom of a drawer, but actually says, you know, you want to come to this place, you want to check it out, and be there, and really putting forward within the different pieces, like I said, not just that physical marketing, but then also the digital and the site things, the signs, all those pieces, bringing them all together into one collective that has, you know, council has seen and approved and has provided with that direction for us to go.
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you through the chair. I'm going to be very unpopular here for a second. So I'm going to make sure that
Take more than that.
when we look at the Horseshoe Canyon branding, I really am very pleased with the branding. I think that it's an exceptional job. I think it looks really good. But I do have some concerns. It doesn't play to a larger marketing strategy at this point. And the other concern I have, if we want people to be redirected to Kneehill County, how does the Horseshoe Canyon branding spell Kneehill County? So, you know, I do have some concerns that we're putting a branding with a minor marketing agenda without understanding a larger concept plan of what that marketing deliverable needs to be. And everything I've heard from council when it comes down to Horseshoe Canyon is redirecting them to Kneehill County. It's okay to have its own separate logo and like that Horseshoe Canyon, and I do believe it's an exceptional logo. I think that I've read the report and everything else. It can work. It's just the other marketing fashion of how we manage that within Horseshoe Canyon to redirect inwards to the county. So there's some different aspects that we look at here when we bring this plan back to council. Once again, our Horseshoe Canyon logo has not been approved by council. We need to bring it forward to be adopted and approved by council from the records that we have and what it shows, so that our communications person, we can work with it, we can start copywriting, we could do the things in the background that are needed to understand that this is the focus item to that marketing strategy and build out from there. So I really want to understand, I really want council to understand the importance of the marketing strategy and where you want to move forward with that branding and with Horseshoe Canyon and with Kneehill County. So they're all going to have to kind of join together, or if they're disjointed, it doesn't create the momentum I think council is desiring.
Reeve King? Well, I don't know, I thought you had an itchy finger there.
Why do you look at me? Yeah. So my understanding was anything that we had that was Horseshoe Canyon related and branded also had Kneehill County on it. May 17th, 2020. So there should never be anything out there that says Horseshoe Canyon that doesn't also acknowledge the fact that it's located and based in Kneehill County. So there is a tie already between Kneehill County and Horseshoe Canyon, and how that would fit in a bigger, that's something that's maybe a work in progress, but I think we were pretty emphatic about the fact that we didn't want Horseshoe Canyon to be disassociated from Kneehill County. And so we wanted to make sure that that tie was there when we put together that branding for Horseshoe Canyon.
Councillor McGee?
Yeah, I agree. I thought that was thoroughly talked about, and I do think probably the formal motions weren't made, yet the understanding seemed to be there. And I think that's unfortunate that we didn't get what you need for it to be clear. But yeah, my understanding was that the way the canyon stuff was done, we had a long presentation on that and basically said, yes, we were happy with it. Then you came back about the merchandise 2 years ago in May, and we said, please be sure to say Kneehill County on all merchandise. And I think that's an opportunity too with signage. I'd like to see maybe even going as far as Kneehill County's Horseshoe Canyon, or welcome to Kneehill County and then Horseshoe Canyon. But I'd like to see Kneehill County first. It brings another layer, sorry to do this. If you go onto Travel Alberta's site, they have a very good starting information packet on what they're calling the Badlands, that they're promoting as the Badlands. And they named the community of which each site's from. There are several sites, including the Horseshoe Canyon, that is named Drumheller, that are Kneehill County. And so if I could say that beyond doing this group, this task work here today, I would like to urgently request administration to contact Travel Alberta and have that changed.
Absolutely.
I have the list written out, so I can give you more details if you need, but the fact, that has me very concerned here is that Horseshoe Canyon was displayed as Drumheller quite regularly at the conference I was at. It's being advertised on Travel Alberta's site as Drumhellers. There's a lot of promotion out there that's creating misunderstanding. So it's one of the reasons why I'm adamant about that sign being changed, is because anything that reinforces that this is Drumhellers is, or any other communities, I don't want to target Drumheller. Starland County will have the same issue. They have quite a few of their sites also not properly representative of their county. So that's where our partnerships really need to get fostered so that we have that better controlled. Not that, and not saying I want us to know that we are part of the Badlands story, which is meaning part of the Drumheller story, but not it being the foremost part of the story. And right now, that is what the world is seeing. So when I've asked high-end developers when I was at that conference, have you been to Horseshoe Canyon? Oh yeah, I've been to Drumheller. I got that response in that exact phrase 3 times from very high-end developing people who know the travel industry. That is extremely concerning, and to me, this is the urgent piece we got to do now, is we need to change that perspective.
Good point.
Go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you through the chair. That information is definitely taken in wholeheartedly. As well, I've heard that the Drumheller region looking at the destination zone because of the Badlands. What are we calling it? And if they're calling it the Drumheller region, we do need to step up our marketing to ensure that we understand that we're part of that marketing, but we are uniquely ours. So I just want to make sure that when we do this section within the master plan, we understand that we are representing Horseshoe Canyon, but the marketing strategy is also to represent Kneehill County. So as an equal marriage to this, resource.
Go ahead, Councillor Cunningham.
I just wanted to say I like in your action plans here to develop a comprehensive canyon website. I think if I'm understanding correctly, we are going to do a website refresh, but when I go to the Horseshoe Canyon part, I just think there could be a lot more, there could be pictures, there could be, I know I directed council to a Mountain View County video a while ago that I thought was excellent, maybe a little snippet, a drone video or whatever, or maybe pictures of, visitors that submit them or whatever, but just something to really showcase what Horseshoe Canyon's all about. I know there is a few in the news things. I know Mr. Hogan had actually just sent us a list of things movies and different things that have happened down there. I think just to really highlight, what goes on down there would be excellent. So, and then even like it says, thank you for visiting, maybe have like, hey, get excited, we're opening, whatever the date is, but, and then also could maybe be links to that other sites. If people are looking at, I think I'm gonna visit the canyon, and then had a little link, oh, you can come and you can go to Keever's Lake or go to wherever, or even spin it to the economic development piece too, and link to businesses located in Kneehill County and area. So I think if we're doing a refresh, I would really love to see this part really showcased.
Okay. Excellent, thank you.
Oh, yeah, Councillor Forbes.
Do you require a motion to say that since you didn't have that direction before?
Go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
No, thank you through the chair. What we're going to do is we're going to bring this back within the master plan, and that we'll make sure that the motion is to adopt the branding as indicated within the master plan. So we're going to pull the information from the previous consultant that did the Horseshoe Canyon marketing and branding and incorporate that into its actual own section within the master plan. So when we do approve it, we're approving the the strategy with that in place, but also respecting, you know, the conversations coming from the table where we need to really re-examine our marketing strategy and then bring that back to council for consideration and resource-based.
I guess when I look at this picture that we've got showing there, is that area not able to develop for wind turbines? Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I would like us to be a four-season destination. But there's going to be, like I said, the marketing, the programs are going to have to be built. It's all on the whole concept. To only receive funding for a short period of time within the capture of the tourism, we're missing on potential winter opportunities as well. But we're also trying to incorporate, we need to examine the environmental impact of those areas and what we're planning on doing and how we plan on doing it. I think that the key marketing strategy or the ability to move forward on the four-season destination is the infrastructure we put in place. So once this infrastructure is put in place, it will open the opportunity to be more of a four-season versus going there and, you know, just having basic parking and then going into a canyon, being wet, all that. You're not really having the ability. In the summer, you have the tables, you can sit down, you can really enjoy. There's not really much for the four-season envelope. But if that's a direction council would like to go and the infrastructure gets put in, we can advise council of this is how we become 3 seasons. This is how we become 4 seasons. However, if it's a direction council proposing today, we could put it in here to explore 4-season opportunities within the canyon.
Go ahead, Councillor.
It's funny that you bring that up, and I have a summary for the end of the whole thing. This whole is a 365-day, and I'll give you my example. I had Australians here over the New Year period or whatever, and where did I have to take them? To Drumheller, because that's closed. My Orkney viewpoint is closed. What did I do? I drove down the hill to Drumheller, and that was on my summary that whatever we do in there, I know I can't necessarily walk down, and I will not take them down there, the slightest bit of moisture. I live in that country, so I don't. But at least have a great interpreter center or something at the top that it can explain it to you. And my other little tidbit is I get a lot of comments, and I wear my little crossword puzzle Hamlet shirt. And it's surprising how many people comment on that and what an awesome idea.
Yes.
I just wanted to add that it is part of the tourism investment program that we're working with the province as well, is making these destinations 4 seasons as well. So it's on their radar as well.
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you. Through the chair, I turned off my mic and turned it back on. It's been on so much that I wonder, you know, there might be the best place to capture the 4-season aspect is actually put it in the beginning of the document of the purpose, to really express that everything that we incorporate within this area is an exploration of being a 4-season destination.
Reeve King.
My assumption is as we move forward in this, that if we begin to look at something like an area structure plan, green energy developments would not happen in this area because they would be, I mean, it interferes with the idea of a 4-seasonal tourism destination. If, in my mind, we're crazy not to consider winter opportunities here. And so if that's the direction we're going, I know if we put wind towers in the bottom of the canyon, they probably are still tall enough to be seen above the canyon wall. And they wouldn't fit within the restrictive covenant. So within the canyon, we're pretty safe. But around the canyon, that's a good question to be asking is, what happens if all of a sudden we had an energy company come who says, I have this agreement for 80-some towers?
Well, looking at this picture, I wouldn't mind just one with a revolving restaurant on it and no plates.
I'm never getting one that wind drives.
Mr. Gannon, you had a comment.
Thank you. Through the chair, once the plan is approved and we go and look at an area structure plan, we'll bring that back to council for consideration. Unfortunately, we know that AUC is the binding authority for any development in that area, but it's a great idea to ensure that that area structure plan really details why the area structure plan is being designed in this method, and this would actually cause a hardship to any of those type of developments for that area. And without that, I believe that it really gives, excuse the term, more ammunition on the other side versus you know, our ability to put it within our land use bylaw requirements and moving forward. So I always believe in the process. I understand that we have certain governance things that we have very little control of, but I think the area structure plan, if detailed the way council would like, will really present a good opinion forward to those parties to consider.
We'll see in 9 days. Councillor McGee.
I don't know if it belongs here, so Chairperson, please readdress me if I have to. In the meantime, what are we going to do about the brand and what we do for tours of this season? Do we have something in place? Because the way I'm understanding this plan, it would be a ways away before we can have our news plan out there.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, we're going to continue with the branding and the marketing as expressed by council. We're going to continue with working with the campsite on site to market and sell those items and work on what's working and what's not on a lower marketing aspect. But in the meantime, I do understand that it's council's desire to move forward on these things is we'll create larger programs to understand how are we going to really push the branding, push the marketing, and push that aspect of it. So right now, unless council wants a different aspect of us to move forward with, we're moving with the same direction that we've gone for the last few years, which is utilizing the campground as the main point of contact for our marketing.
And just further to that, the marketing items that we have been moving forward with have all contained that Kneehill County reference and are something that we continually are trying to enhance and make sure that branding is reflective. So we will have those items and that strategy included in the plan and hopefully can have that to council and for approval early enough in the season that we'll be able to make sure that that's reflective in anything going forward.
At the parking booth, for lack of a better word, is there some sort of display, t-shirts or what have you, whatever we market brand there?
Currently,
and for additional sizes, go see the campground attendant.
Currently, no, but it is something that we've been exploring on a way to display those items and put that they are available at the campground, so.
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you. Through the chair, some of the complications that we've had within, and we'll bring it back to council for consideration, is we really don't understand the larger marketing aspect. We do see that the campground is quite a distance away from the actual canyon, so it's basically hitting the campers and not much activity from the canyon itself is going back to there to get what they need. Our staff that we employ there are incredibly busy trying to maintain the area. So sometimes they're either doing the parking, and to add a vendor window might take additional resources or a little bit more of a development of what that looks like. So we can, if it's council's wish today, and we can look at it and bring it back to say that if that's the expectation is to move forward, one more step forward and try to use that booth this year, we can bring that back to council for consideration of what those resources would look like and how we potentially could make that happen.
Yeah, sorry if I was misunderstood. Wasn't necessarily talking about marketing at that location, but having behind glass, the T-shirts, what have you, and even if it's just a sign that says, available for purchase at the campground, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, and I will have to double check. I know we have a sign that does say, it doesn't list specific items and we don't have examples of the items, but it does say that there is merchandise available at the campground for purchase. But having those items on site for viewing is absolutely an option.
Well, I've got 5 grandkids, and when they see a T-shirt that they never had before, Grandma's taking them.
And no, and I hear what you're saying. I look forward to it in the future here that we're able to sell our own product. Yes. So.
Yeah.
On site.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what are we doing? We got 5 minutes before lunch, unless, of course, lunch doesn't arrive until 12:30 like last week. Are we going ahead?
Yeah, we need a break.
Oh, okay, you get an opportunity to have a quick
Yeah,
comment.
because I always want to make sure people know when I'm wrong, and I'm able to admit I'm wrong. So as I've been sitting here, I've been creeping the website again, and I did know, I saw there is things to do, so it does actually link you to the campgrounds and some businesses, so I did want to point that out, that it is there, but I guess just make it easier for people to see that it's there, because it is there, it's just, yeah, to find it, but yeah, it can just be expanded on, but yeah, so thank you.
Okay, well, from what I gather, we're gonna recess for 5 minutes, unless something happens in the meantime. I will get back to you if something happens in the meantime.
Stay tuned.
If you hear paper crinkling, you'll know the meantime happened. But yeah, okay.
If you're saying we're in recess to 2 o'clock, we're not getting done today, so.
So are we recessing till 12:45?
12:45, that's what Jerry said.
But we need to go back to say that.
Yes, we do.
We need to go back on and say that.
Jerry, you have to come back live and say,
We did, but they're closed today.
Okay, because I'm curious, like, what?
yeah, because of the family thing. We have to come back in and say cordial.
Okay, well, hurry, because my, we need to go. Yeah.
We have to come back.
You want me to do it without it?
3, 4, there's 5 of us, is that not enough?
Yes.
It's quorum.
The vice chair says.
Yeah.
So what we did is Jerry recessed till 12:03.
Yeah.
And so if you're watching and you're gonna come back at 12:03, you're not gonna see us until 12:45, right?
Right.
Yeah, so what do you want? You want me to wait till 12:03 and then tell them we're not coming back till 12:45?
We're allowed to stay right now, so you might as well just stay.
Okay, since our chair is not here, we'll just say that we're actually going to take recess for lunch, and so we'll be back at 12:45 rather than 12:03. So just so everyone's aware, we're on break, recess till 12:45.
Okay, it is 12:45, and as promised, we are back in session. Continue.
We start over.
So for a quick refresher, we'd just gone over the 2019 master plan and the contents within. Before we move on to the focus group details, is there anything outstanding, I guess, from the master plan that you would like to see as a point to include, a point to exclude? I know we've talked about a few different items, but is there anything further from that specific document that we should be looking to?
I don't think there's anything right away here, other than we'll have a discussion on the visitor pavilion and event hosting space sooner than later.
Yes, we will. Okay, so with that, we'll go down to the focus group details. So the first thing that I pulled to really bring your attention to from the report from the focus group was the key aspirational outcomes and the expansion that the focus group put onto them. So I have them here from the group there, the positive visitor experience, economic benefit, and responsible management. So the positive visitor experience would be providing infrastructure that supports people's safety and well-being, that enables visitors across all stages of life to have a memorable visitor experience within the natural Canadian Badlands landscape. Visitors' personal responses to this immersive experience will vary across a wide range of interests and preferences. Within that point as well, when encountering this unique landscape, visitors' perceptions can be either enhanced or hindered through the management and development of the site. So then into the economic benefit, the unique Badlands experience at the canyon positions it to generate some revenue from the county and its neighbors, but maintaining the canyon and creating memorable visitor experiences requires resources. Further to that, the returns on canyon investments encompasses tensions between funding and revenues, monetizing and non-monetized returns, and impacts that are immediate versus those for future generations. And then finally, within that economic benefit would be the long-term stewardship of the canyon requires immediate investments to ensure the preservation of its unique spirit of place. On the final point, the responsible management. So responsible management of Horseshoe Canyon is embodied through a stewardship approach. In context with the canyon, stewardship involves differentiating the different types of development allowed at the top and bottom and minimizing negative impacts of development on the canyon and its neighbors. This recognizes the collective responsibility to preserve the site's history and ecology for future generations through conservation approaches and visitor management. So with bringing this forward, looking towards Council's 20-year vision for the site, is there anything within these aspirational outcomes that Council would like to see changed or adjusted? And would these be points that you would like to still see in a revised plan? Seeing no disagreement, it will be something that we will put into that upcoming plan. Okay, and into the next part. So here's where we're getting into some of the really specific details that the focus group brought forward. They brought it forward in 3 different groups: strategies to consider first, strategies to consider next, and strategies to consider later, if at all. You will note that I have like I had said earlier, I have the two different colors of text here. The orange ones are highlighting things that we have had some work on and had some implementation on. And I actually realized as I was reviewing this morning that some of them, even some of the ones still in black, have had a little bit of movement on, though not some, solid infrastructure in place for. So I'll just kind of start at the top, and kind of as we go through, I'll talk about the different things that we have done, and we can kind of get your feedback on what more you would like to see in that area. So the first one would be improved signage and wayfinding throughout the canyon. So we do have the trail signs, the boundary signs, the signs that I had spoke about at the top of the canyon, letting you know that there's limited cell reception, that kind of thing. And then we did have the extensive discussion on the larger signs on site and bringing forward a strategy to update those to meet the expectations of council. And so that's something that we've heard and that we will incorporate into the plan is a really specific strategy around the branding to relate to Kneehill County and really highlight that. Is there any further discussion or comment on signage?
Just a question, no?
Yep.
On page 108, that's the original number, sorry, of the master plan. It had, it's like a signage map, and I was wondering, would we say we have a quarter of those done already, or it was interpretive signage and stuff like that?
So I believe a few of that pertained to some of the infrastructure developments as well. Within the canyon, the signs that we have a couple around the trail, just saying to respect the trail use and that, and then the boundary signs, which wouldn't be on here. I don't, well, it'd be, yeah, so there, in the middle there is an interpretive wayfaring directional signage there that is just you're entering the NCC in around that area. But we don't, and there's been some additional interpretive signage that we've put at the main lookout. Like we have one that it still has to be installed, but that is outstanding from last year, just on the history of the clinkers and what they actually are, and things like that. So there has been some signage. I wouldn't say it's specific to this map, but with similar strategies. But with that is continuing along those signs of interpretive signage and letting people know, different locations and things like that. Is that still along the vein that council would like to pursue, or would we like to look at different avenues on our signage?
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you through the chair. I just want to really propose once again is that the master plan is a visionary document, to understand that these deliverables within the individual signage would be a more detailed project and deliverable. This shows you what the potential could be, maybe not the complete deliverable outwards. As we look at wayfind signage as a whole or as a project, it all depends on what we have. If we have an interpretive center, if we have collaboration with NCC as far as creating the trail network. So if council wants us to move forward with the wayfind signage, we'll create a larger project that incorporates and brings that back into focus, and that we continue to maintain wayfind signage in those areas.
Councillor Penner.
I really like the interpretive signage, and that's gonna change location or whatever, because there could be one there that says, this is where the whatever dinosaur was found in 2023, and a picture of that, and it can be found wherever. So the interpretive for sure, just
And so then I'll move on to the next one, which is develop a compelling brand and logo to use in all aspects of Canyon promotions and operations and sell merchandise on site. So this is one that I realize I should have highlighted it in orange. So we do have that brand developed and the pilot of the merchandise sales that has taken place in 21, 22. But what we're really looking for here is an overall strategy to be bringing back and connecting to the county and looking at the different opportunities that are out there for our promotion within that brand. And so when we bring back a revised plan, is we'll be having those components really highlighted in there and what the overall strategy is achieving. You know, something more than just t-shirt sales. Are we getting, you know, brand recognition? Are we getting site promotion? What are those larger targets than just, you know, sale of items? Is there any more discussion on the brand? No? Okay. So then we get into the top one, and this is where we can open up that discussion on the pavilion, would be providing washrooms at the top of the canyon, which would require the installation of associated utilities. So this is something we have outhouses, so in a way we have washroom facilities, but we don't have serviced indoor plumbing type washroom facilities. So with this opening up the discussion for a full pavilion interpretive center, what is the direction and the wish of council?
Councilor Penner.
For sure, I'd like to see it. To what size? I'd like to have the discussion on that kind of stuff. I think it's an asset, and going forward, I think there could be a partnership of some kind for it. So I'm for sure for it.
Councilor McGee.
I'm for it as well. How, when that looks like is still where the details have to lay, but I think we need to look into something. And I also think this is a great place where we can maybe consider looking for funding through the province or Travel Alberta and those types of things that can make this more desirable site. There are a few different grants that are available, and I'm pretty sure the way I read the grants that this would be a project that would fit under those grants. And so having said that, if there's a grant available that this fits, sooner than later, of course, would be wise.
Councilor Christie.
Yeah, I'm in for some kind of a facility. For sure, I want to hit the shoulder seasons, for sure. I'm not sure about all season, but for sure the shoulder seasons. One of the things at the symposium said that even public facility or private facilities, if they didn't hit the shoulder season, they weren't profitable. If they got that extra 4 months, even if they weren't busy, was the profit. So as a rental facility, it has huge potential for, you know, weddings the way they've moved. One of the things where I'm involved in the Trochu Hall, the 400-person wedding is pretty much gone, I think, but 150 is happening. If you look at the wedding barn north of me, they're pretty well busy every weekend, and 10, 12, 14,000 for that weekend. So that still amazes me, but that's where weddings have moved to. So I think there's huge potential here for some kind of an outdoor facility that would facilitate that. To have that facility tied to the bathrooms makes it so it's hard to rent for a private function. So I think they need to be separate. The washrooms need to be separate from the facility, or maybe a combination of both. But to hit the all season there, I don't know if there's enough traffic in the wintertime, but I'm not sure how you put a value on that, but.
I can remember a couple of years ago, we were having a discussion about the washrooms and having a small interpretive center. Well, I don't know what small means, but regardless, something permanent, which can house business of some sort, whether that be tourism-based or whether that be food-based or what have you, but have an outside temporary tent kind of structure. I mean, it's not ideal, but it beats the great outdoors when it's not exactly a great outdoor day. And work our way from there to see if there is interest in some sort of a protective structure that will keep you dry and keep you out of the wind, but can also be opened up on beautiful days and that kind of stuff. But I don't know what the costs of any of that kind of stuff would be and what the buy-in from council would be on that. But I don't know if we want to build a big interpretive center without seeing if there is interest in the use of it. So if we have some sort of a temporary, and you know, when I'm thinking temporary, I'm not talking take it down every season. I'm saying some sort of a structure where, you know, the tarp will be good on it for 5-10 years and then see what direction to go after that. But that's just my thinking. Councillor Penner.
I'll elaborate on my thoughts. I just threw it out there early to get the conversation going. To start with here, this is just my idea. I would like to see the interpretive center and a small restaurant area so that in order to entice a franchise or somebody to come and actually cook there, make it a decent area so you can sit and eat, but also to have a small meeting room above it. So that because oil and gas, whoever, they're after rooms to have their meetings, and we want to make sure we can offer that, which could be a benefit to whoever, if it's ourselves or whoever that is going to use the kitchen. It could be worth it to, it's just another incentive to try and get somebody good in there, and have the bathrooms so that they're accessible from the outside. You don't necessarily have to go inside to access the bathrooms in case something does happen and the relationship with the business goes downhill, so you can still access the bathrooms. And then what Councillor Woodstock was talking about, I think that is a future development, and that's still in the back of my mind down the road, but the initial off the bat here is to get something, it'd still be a good size, and it must blend in to the surround, the colors must blend in.
I'll go ahead, Councillor Cunningham, and then I'll get to you.
Okay,
Mr.
so
Gannon.
in terms of, for me, I want to keep it simple at this point. I do have an issue with building a large facility to host weddings. We talk monthly about the viability of rural community centers and keeping them going. I just personally, and from what I've heard from ratepayers, I don't want the county to get in the business of competing with our private business. Like you mentioned, we do have the wedding barn and we've got some other facilities such as that. So I'm fine if people want to get married down there, but I do not want to see us build a large facility to hold weddings and those type of things. In terms of having a restaurant, I would have to go against the grain with the franchise. I think if we're trying to keep the integrity of the canyon, and we talked about the Wi-Fi, and I would rather see someone go in there like High Seas or like our Busy Bees or somebody like that. So again, I'm always going to be on the side of not spending a whole bunch of money. It's so hard, and I guess that's what people need to understand is right now, to me, we're building a Christmas list. And then I'll be looking at the province or whoever and say, show me the money, right? Because we just really don't know at this point. Is there going to be provincial money? Is there going to be federal grants, or where's the money coming from? So it is really hard to go forward with a plan when we really don't know where the money's going to come from. So yeah, the bathrooms, I mean, I think we could do better. It's kind of funny. I do not like outhouses. And when I went down there, I was like, this isn't bad. I can live with this. So Yeah, well, and that comes back to staff, and I know I had been down, I mean, toilet paper needs to be replenished and all that kind of stuff, a little bit of cleanup, but for someone that considers himself kind of a fussy chick, I didn't mind them at all, so it's really hard for me to put these ideas in place when I just don't know where the money is gonna come from. But I guess what I'm seeing and what I would tell the ratepayers, we're gonna build a plan, and then, like Jerry Maguire said, show me the money. Somebody's gotta give us the money. Money's gotta come from somewhere. So.
Mr. Gannon, and then I'll get to you, Councillor Forbes.
Thank you. Through the chair, the project that's already approved through council, the feasibility study for Horseshoe Canyon for the interpretive center, will bring exactly what council is talking about today, is different opportunities, scalability, what potential funding opportunities there are back there, give you a conglomerate of different choices and options out there with potentials and relatable comparables that are out there to understand. I do agree that, you know, if we're not a Four Seasons area as of yet, then, you know, there's a potential that it may take longer than just putting it there and then people will show up. It involves the larger aspect of the program, the marketing, and being able to pull that market there. My understanding is that we are looking at an events space. We don't, once again, as per the last conversation, don't need to be the ones managing it or running it. We're providing the infrastructure potentially for someone else to, and taking that rental income to offset those charges there, or to use as council wishes. So there's different aspects within this model that can move forward, and all that's going to be in the wheelhouse of council to make the decision as we bring back that information for consideration.
Okay, Councillor Forbes.
Where exactly would you be putting this, in this property? In, like where these tents are in this picture? I'm just curious, because I can't make a decision on where it's going if I don't know where it's going.
Go ahead, Mr. Gannon. Through
the chair, that's also part of that discussion, because there may be some areas within that property that might not be suitable depending on the type of building we want to put on, because geotechnicals and things need to be done. So it's got to be a plan that has to be adjustable to the area. If it doesn't work here, we'll try to put it there. It's really a blank slate right now with opportunities, and which is the highest priority that we move forward first. So for example, if we put the interpretive center, if it gets approved, and we put it off where we thought the glamping was going to be, then the glamping moves into a different area. So the plan adjusts to ensure that it can be incorporated properly. So it's a conceptual drawing, there are conceptual aspects. As the engineering comes back and as you get more into the technical, you can understand if that application is going to work there, or if it's going to work there, or if it's going to work over here, and then those decisions of that placement can be discussed. There's variabilities within those decisions depending on as we get further down the course. But we definitely don't want an area that is going to cause a significant amount of increased cost and infrastructure, but also pertains where they can see Horseshoe Canyon do what they need to with the greater vision of council's plan.
I guess as a qualifier to what I had said earlier about a temporary structure, like I'm not sure if a temporary structure would qualify for grants. Yeah, and if it doesn't, then maybe if we have the opportunity to get grants, maybe we should be looking at a permanent structure and attach something onto it later if it's insufficient in size or what have you. But I would certainly like to use up the grant structures that are possibly out there now, and I think there are some. And I think with the province and their tourism initiative, I think there's probably a pretty good opportunity for us to piggyback with them to develop something here that we can be proud of, the province can be proud of, and our ratepayers and whoever comes to visit can enjoy. Go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. I just want to express that in other communities that I've worked at before is that we've come forward with a concessional plan and pre-engineering plan. And until the funding source is allocated into grants or allocated, you really don't move forward, but at least your plan is ready to go, so you're not many years behind. So there's an opportunity to move forward if that concept is exactly where council wants to go, to build the plan to a certain point until the funding envelope comes available or where we feel it is, council feels it's suitable under different mechanisms, right? So there's different ways of moving forward, but the feasibility study we'll see what's out there. We'll advise council with what we see that's out there, that will be, that has potential. But until we actually have those grant applications coming in back and forward, we don't know if we're going to be considered or not, which is why usually you build to a certain portion. If you don't get that, then you keep on waiting until you can.
But being shovel ready would be a real good place to be. Reeve King.
So my sense is we're right back where we've always been. We're going in 20 directions with no idea where we're going. And we're talking various types of facility. And so 2 observations here. One is we've asked for direction, concept, some idea of what this facility might look like, which we're still waiting for. So in my mind, this conversation probably needs to wait until we have that in front of us. And then my other comment would be, is if you're not ready to build it, there will be no funds. And so when you look at grant programs, when you have a wish and a prayer and hopefully down the road we might do X, there will be no funds for that. So if we get the information that we've already requested through the budget process related to a concept plan for Horseshoe Canyon and potential facility there, and we're ready to go at such time as there's potentially some funding out there, then we're probably going to win-win. So to me, what we're talking about here right now, we're going around and around saying, I'd like this, I would like that, I would like the other. There is no consensus in this room and we need more direction. So my preference would be, yeah, we need to do something, but we need more direction before we can make that decision. Yep.
Councillor Phillips.
Well, if you're going to do a plan, I would like to see it done in stages where you could add on to the building as the Deputy Reeve has stated. Then it could be built in, if there is a need for it, then it can be built in stages. You start with the interpretive center and the washrooms first, and then you add to the building as necessary. I don't know if you can get me those type of specs and what it might cost roughly if we were to build this in stages, if our wish list was everything and it was Disneyland.
Reeve King.
Just as a follow-up, my assumption is that's what's coming back to us from administration. That's what we've already asked for. And so, again, I say we're at a point where we can't go further in this discussion here and now because we don't have the information that we need and that we have asked for. So I think my sense is there's a willingness in this room to consider some type of facility improvement there. What that's going to look like is going to depend on a lot more information that has to be on the table first. And so if you're looking for direction, is there a sense that there's something desired to happen there? I think you saw that through the budget process, and I think you're hearing it here in the room today, that there is a sense that this council has a desire to see something happen there. And so I'll leave my comments there.
Mr. Hogan.
Just for a little bit of background on this, for more awareness than anything. Really, what's been said in terms of the feasibility plan, giving the direction, producing that information so that council can make a tangible decision, is really put out there to move council and the county to a point where we have a clear direction of what we're about to do. So if we go back a number of years, in 2019 and 2020, this same discussion was taking place. And so that is, in fact, there were even some business cases, very minor, simple ones, probably not to the level that we would be looking at, but they were brought forward, talked about potential design at a very, very high level. And actually up until 2020, there was a budget item in the county's budget, now with an asterisk beside it, pending the outcome of these discussions, for over 1.3 million to construct something out there. That was being funded 600,000 through grants and 720,000 through Recreation Reserve. So while not completely earmarked for this project, there are several $100,000 sitting in reserve that council has in the past, not formally designated for Horseshoe Canyon, but is understood informally to put towards that. So there is, now there are some things like that we've been using that reserve for different other rec things, so that entire 720 is no longer there. But that was the intent of the day. And really where we're looking at is bringing in that beneficial information so that we can bring a finality to that conversation and move forward with a tangible action. Or if we're not going to do it, then at least we know that too, right? But there is, so that was a feasibility plan, but that's just a little bit of history from back in, I believe 2020 was the last budget year that item appeared in there.
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you. I just want to add on to the feasibility study and that project that's going to move forward after we get some of these items cleared and approved. There will still be some consultation with council. It's difficult to go to a consultant and understand exactly, are we looking at a Trump Tower, or are we looking at something a little bit smaller? So scalability will be something that will be discussed with council, and I'll be bringing that back to council to understand where some of those triggers are. Staging the project, size, concept, those things where the contractor can actually go back and really provide some scalability to that, to understand where those comparables are, what those costs potentially could be, and the feasibility of funding structures for those concepts. So this will not be the last time we have this conversation. I think as far as the plan goes, my understanding is this is a direction that council's already approved for us to move forward with. We're going to move forward with it and provide that information back to council to consider, and we'll move forward on whatever those considerations council chooses at that time.
Mr. Hogan?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to expand, the point I just made, I will provide an additional clarification. The 600,000 that was budgeted for grants in there, that was MSI grants, so that funding has been used. So after I finished talking, I thought about what I had just said and said, you know what, I don't want to leave the message out there that we just gave back or didn't use 600,000. That grant funding was used for other projects. So it wasn't, we didn't walk away from that, so to speak, but that was just wanted to clarify that.
Councillor McGee?
Can you clarify what you meant when you said you need to get some points cleared up in order to go ahead with the feasibility piece? Can you walk me through that a little bit more clearer, please?
Thank you. So there's a lot of strategies and items within the Horseshoe Master Plan that would play part and parcel with understanding where we might go for a facility. So when I'm going to a contractor and we have an approved master plan, they understand some of the design parameters of the marketing strategies. These are some of the conceptual or visionary items. And then with consultation with council, they'll be able to narrow that gap a lot better, to be able to provide something that is realistic to council's expectations, rather than bring in something that you're like, wow, you're way off the mark. This is nothing what we were looking for. So it really tries to bind our visionary plan, which is the master plan, with some of those deliverables and that project that's there. Usually the master plan is there already part and parcel, and then the project comes after that. Because this is only in principle, we need to make sure that we're solid on this so we can actually bring this forward, and the contractors that we use can understand that this is the overarching plan to this concept, to this feasibility, to this interpretive center.
Go ahead, Councillor Cunningham.
So do we know, back, I think it was in 2021, the county did a fairly substantial ratepayer survey Did we ever collect any data as to what our ratepayers were saying about Horseshoe Canyon and what type of facilities they would like to see or not see built down there? Do we know that information?
I don't have any information. No.
Go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
Through the chair, we don't have that information right now, but we can look back at it and see if or what that information was, and when we come back to revisit the plan, we can bring that forward at that time.
So was there like after those surveys came back, did the county do like some kind of a synopsis on what, you know, what we heard, or what were the top 5 things of what I'm assuming?
Okay.
Because again,
Yeah.
when we do these things, I just always want to make sure that we're hearing what the ratepayers are saying. Because
Thank
it's
you.
not
So-
about what I want. I know we've talked a lot about what I want. It's not what me
Yeah.
individually, what I want. It's what I'm hearing our ratepayers are wanting. And I don't know if I've gotten that.
So thank you very much, and thank you, Councillor McGee, for the information. There is a findings report that we can include, and that findings report really shows when it comes to supporting economic development initiatives, what do you want to see as growth. So it does provide some of the triggers in there. But I'll also explain that through the process of developing the master plan, originally, there was that engagement portion, and that focus group also was, from my understanding, gathered some of that information in the background of where did the community want to move towards. I'm not sure if we have the items from the consultant who did the master plan to say exactly how many and who were they that made the comments of potentially what would you like to see, where would you like to go, but I know the plan would have been built under those type of concepts. That's normal of the IAP type of engagement processes that are out there. But that's just me surmising. I wasn't there during that time as well. But there is a findings report that we potentially could include when we come back to council for consideration.
Mr. King.
Breeze King, sorry.
So, just to follow up with Mr. Gannon's comments, and within the master plan that does outline the engagement and the information gathering efforts that were made to develop that master plan. I also know that in our current municipal development plan review, that we've had lots of conversation around recreation, tourism, and so on. And from those engagement sessions, my impression has been so far that there is a reasonable amount of support for Kneehill County continuing to do some development in those areas. I wouldn't say it's overwhelming support, but there is support for our efforts in those areas. So I think we need to recognize not only what happened when the master plan was developed, what happened when the focus group took place, but also what's currently happening through our MDP review, and to recognize that our residents are giving us messaging even now with regard to both tourism, Horseshoe Canyon, and a number of other things. So we're not doing this in total isolation. And if you happen to be in the north part of Kneehill County, there's a lot of people who I think really don't know or understand Horseshoe Canyon or why, or the whole history behind it. But still, within our population as a whole, there is a fair amount of support for Horseshoe Canyon. And with that said, I had a question coming back to your whole feasibility study that's being done related to the canyon. I'm a little bit nervous with the messaging I'm hearing in terms of how definitive the information we are going to get is going to be within that feasibility study related to the canyon and what those facilities might look like. As you can tell at this table, there's a lot of different opinion. And I think that what I'm looking for coming out of that feasibility study, and at this point I'm talking for myself as one councillor sitting among 7, is I'm looking for suggestions from administration and those doing that study to say, here's potential option A, B, and C. Here's the increasing price line that goes with those. Here's the potential for future development within each one of those. So as a counselor, I can look at that and go, this is reasonable, this is excessive, this might be possible. So I'm looking for something that's pretty definitive and that's going to help me make a decision just because of the diversity of opinion that exists around what that might look like. And I don't know if that helps or muddies the water.
Mr. Gannon, and then I will do you, Councilor McGee.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, that's exactly what the feasibility study is supposed to do. But for us to make sure that we're on the same page as council as far as the type and kind, there's such a wide variety of what those could be. So when we do bring those options back, there's an options A, B, or C, or D, or whatever of what those conceptuals and what the costs are. They're going to be more of a high level cost. They're not going to be right down to the detail, because until you do the detail engineering and the drawings, what you add, what you subtract, those costs can be variable. But we do plan on having the conversations. As you could see around the table, there's a lot of different opinions of what potentially one of those facilities could do or is expected to be. So when we move forward with the project and have that, the consultant will pose some questions of, here's the master plan, this is what we have. What are some things you're looking at that are mandatory in a facility? What are things that you don't think you want in a facility? And incorporate those into, okay, this is facility A, this is facility B, this is facility C. This is what they potentially would look like. This is their function, and this is what we say the overarching cost could be. And then as council has those discussions, we either move forward with those conceptions or one of those conceptions and get more detail on them, or council could say we don't want to do any of them. So it's a feasibility to understand conceptual drawings, cost, but also potential funding streams for those projects.
Councilor McGee.
Thanks, I appreciate that, because I was going to ask a similar question, so that really helped me a lot. Couple short things. I'd like to go back to when you talked about the temporary sites being available. I think there's a little bit of vision that came from that phrase here in the focus group too, around much like the long table, that location itself be available for someone to put up a tent for a wedding or whatever, and having that potential might be quite a fast fix of being able to find use for the site, as opposed to waiting for building to be made, is as kind of the thought of that. And I'd like to reinforce that we still consider that, and I'd like to consider it into the degree that that site is only for special occasions, so that we it becomes a high-end privilege to be there, so that's substantial funding coming our way by using that area. Different topic. I'm not quite sure if I'm going to word this quite in a great way, but when it comes to Division 1, they have been without what you would call a community center, without a lot of local business developed within that area. And so what I see is, yes, we don't want to compete with what is already established in this area, but at the same time, I want to see Division 1 have more opportunity for the people who live in Division 1. There isn't a lot happening there. I can see the Interpretive Center being maybe a place where how we build relationship with the local people that live in that area, maybe that becomes their community center, as they don't have one. Maybe they have the privilege of utilizing that building once a month, or whatever work. So I think there's some really creative ways of how we can really support the local people when we do this, and I think that should always be part of what we're thinking through when we say yes or no to anything. I also think the community has been very good at being in communication with us, and just wanted to let you guys know that I'm planning, just started to work with administration to have my own ratepayers meeting at that site, So there's certainly opportunity for more conversation. If there's some specifics that you want me to bring to that, I'd be really glad to do that.
Reeve King.
Thank you for that, Councillor McGee, and I'm going to circle back, and we're kind of going in multiple directions, but I want to come back to what we were just conversing about. One of the concerns I have here is this is a very convoluted conversation, and so I want us to be very cognizant of where we sit as a council today. And that is, we are within a year and a half of an election. And so the risk is, on a timeline side, is we could start this conversation all over again in a year and a half's time. So I'd really like to see us put some focus on this to move towards some deliverables so that administration has an opportunity to say there's a plan and we're going to move forward on that plan. Otherwise, we are going to come back and we're going to have this exhaustive conversation again with potentially different players sitting at the table. And to me, part of why we've spun our wheels as long as we have is we've done that in the middle of this process. And I'm not sure I want to repeat the process from a new start point going forward. So we come back with a new master plan. We put something in place that says these are deliverables that we're looking forward to. We hit an election, we come back and we create a new master plan. We go through this entire conversation again, we switch the deliverables, and then we go forward again. So in order to make something happen here, we have to be very, very aware of where the calendar is at and where the timelines are. And so I'm just throwing that in to say, if we really are serious about moving this objective forward, both from a council point of view and from an administrative point of view, we don't have time to sit on our hands. Otherwise, we're starting this conversation over again. And I mean, that's entirely reasonable as an expectation for a new council. And so I'm just putting that out there. I have a big concern about where we're sitting.
Councillor Forbes.
I also too share that concern, because a lot of times, as being someone who's new, as far as I'm not sure why you guys haven't moved this forward before this point, because now you're right, Reeve. We are now sitting in a place where Laura Lee and I are playing, sorry, Councillor Cunningham, are playing catch up to be on the same page as the rest of you. And so this is eating into time. So I am in 100% agreement. This stuff needs to move forward with timelines attached to them, because if we're not all sitting here in the next term, I don't want them to have to go through what I and Laura Lee are going through currently. Y'all must be sick of it as well, I'm not gonna lie.
And just as follow-up, it's entirely a reasonable expectation, and it doesn't necessarily mean that a different council might not want to just review and say, is that really what we are invested in? So we don't want to take that possibility away, but we also have to recognize that council is a continuum, and it's supposed to not be any bumps in the road, but an election is a bump in the road. And so I'm just acknowledging that and recognizing that. That's all I'm saying.
Councillor McGee.
Thank you. I really appreciate, because you articulated what I was also feeling stressed about and why I asked the question. I'm hung up on the word feasibility. I don't want a feasibility study. I want some actual plans that we can choose from. High level, very high level, but not whether or not they're feasible. We have several things here that says having some sort of washrooms and pavilion is a good idea. That makes it feasible enough for me to say, what choices are there for us to address that? So that's where I get hung up with the feasible word, and maybe that's just me not interpreting and understanding you correctly. So, but that's my problem.
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. Great discussion, great conversation. When we look at moving something forward, for example, administration brought forward over $1 million project for Horseshoe Canyon that unfortunately did not move forward. And that was one of the projects that basically put us at a back of where are we today? And it really challenged our thought process of What type of infrastructure does council want to see, which is why we're bringing the plan back for consideration, because there wasn't a clear understanding of where council wanted to go. Understanding if council's direction is you want to move forward with a facility today, we did not have that understanding. And if that understanding is from council, now it's a pre-engineering and drawing and architecture that's going forward. It's different from a feasibility. It's not taken in consideration of high level, this is conceptual drawings, this is that. It's throwing the project to a higher project of we're steadfasting this to now we're bringing design plans with potential forward for consideration, which is a larger project. It's going to take a lot more money and a lot more time. And we're going to be getting an engineer to have those conversations. But we need to still understand what type of facility we need, right? Because we're not all on the same page of what we want to see. And how do we make that determination through the architecture, through the costing and what's out there? So that's why we felt the feasibility was the first to get everybody together. Okay, this is where we want. Now we can go look at the pre-engineering and those costs and get it shovel ready. And then if the funding envelope is where council considers it's appropriate, then we can move forward with it. Most engineering projects can take, especially stuff that involves large infrastructure, can take a year, 2 years, 3 years in duration to actually come from conception to actual full build out. So if it's council's desire to move in a different direction on this and incorporate both the feasibility and a pre-engineering, we can do that, but we'll have to change the scope to the project. And it's going to be a lot higher depending on what that build out is.
Reeve King.
So I don't want to, I know I put the timeline into the equation and into the conversation, and I don't want to jump any steps. All I'm trying to do is put in front of us the reality of where we are. And so I think that we need that feasibility study with some potential concepts in it first to allow us to make that decision that gives you a much more hardened direction. When I think about my experience with Horseshoe Housing, they've had a design concept sitting there for many, many years, very clearly outlined, this is what it will look like, this is well, you know, basic idea, this is what it will look like, this is how many things will be involved. And it's only after the funding was in place that they went to work hard on the actual final engineering architectural design. And that's probably going to be a 6-month process. And then after that, then they're looking at, okay, then we're shovel ready for fall of 2024. But they've had a lot of pre-thought and conversation that went into that prior to getting to step engineering. So I don't want us to jump a step. I think we still need to have that feasibility study. We still need to have those concepts in front of us, and we still need to make a decision as council. And then that gives you the freedom to move much more actively forward toward an end design. But I just want us to be very aware of where we are in terms of council term and timeline. So that's why I threw that whole thing in there.
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you very much. And we're always very receptive and understanding of election periods and deliverables of projects and being able to find success at the end of those projects to make sure that we can deliver it. One of the reasons that we forecasted money and we put a little bit of money on the side for the feasibility is we wanted to make sure that this project just didn't stop at the feasibility. We wanted to make sure that council understood as administration, we wanted to put a little caretaker of funding there, depending on the growth of the project or how big the project is to move it forward. So if that's engineering and build for that year, depending on the size, because the time period all encompasses how big the project is as well. So if we stage it in a smaller, you might need less engineering than a larger facility. So it's all on scalability. So we do plan on moving forward as quickly as we get the marching orders from council, and we can all agree. And if we come back by the end of this year and council is determined that okay, we like this conceptual drawing, we want it to move forward, we don't have to wait until the next budget season to move forward. We can come forward to council on a proposal and start moving before the budget process moves forward. We just have to do some more homework in the background to really understand where those funding applications are coming from and to ensure the timelines of those deliverables.
Councillor Cunningham.
Sorry, and I'm still playing catch up here, and after the 6 hours, my brain starts to get fuzzy, but sorry, Mr. Hogan, when you talked about, because like the county previously had a bit of a plan for this build, was there a feasibility study that happened no, there was no, you've not had no, okay. So there's been no feasibility study done to date. Okay, thank you. No. So I just keep coming back to having options. Like, to me, it's like, I really want a 5,000 square foot house, but I might go to the bank and the bank's gonna tell me I can only afford a 500 square foot tiny house. So to me, like, I wanna have options. And then, like we say, whether the province comes out and says, you know, again, here's the money, that we have those options available. Maybe at the time, there's only enough for that 500 square foot tiny house, but then we have that option maybe, and maybe it won't be when I sit around the table, but maybe there'll be some more money down the line. Well, then you can add on to that 500 square foot tiny house, if that makes sense, right? So I just want to see some options, and then we kind of know what we're dealing with, so.
Reeve King.
So my last question in this whole timeline discussion would be, does administration have a spitball idea of when the feasibility study might be available to council for them to have a hard look at and perhaps think about where this might move forward? And I know it's hard because we're in this vague world of the master plan and a whole bunch of other, but there's two streams of things happening here, and they almost have to happen simultaneously, and they're not going to come to the end point at the same period of time. So the question becomes, particularly around the facility, if we're doing a feasibility study, how much of this master plan has to be solidified before you can move that forward, and what's your estimation of when that might happen?
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you. Through the chair, I want to make it very clear. The feasibility study is moving forward right now. We are having conversations with the province. We're having planning of how we're moving forward with the project. We're just waiting for the ability of when this plan is adopted by council, I have that last piece of document to be able to move forward to a proponent for consideration. So we are still moving forward. We've had conversations with the province since a year and a half ago on the potentiality of Horseshoe Canyon and feasibility and funding and everything like that. And we've talked to businesses on the plan and how that marries into their area. So there's a lot of background work that is moving forward for this feasibility study and for the master plan. And once this is approved, we're hoping that we will have a feasibility study back to council for, we're hoping fall, but that's all determinant on being able to get the accurate information, not only from the province, but funding opportunities in the background and the architect.
I just follow up. I know I said it was my last question, but since your answer opened up another question for me. So I hear you say that the feasibility study is dependent on having the master plan defined and in place. So the question becomes for me then, when do we plan to have the master plan in place? And I know it's really dependent on the conversation that's happening here in this room, but is there a schedule that we have kind of in the back of our minds? We want to have the master plan in place by June. We want it in place by October. We want it. So is there some kind of timeline out there that helps us as a council to get that sense of urgency as well, and an understanding of what we're doing that might be holding up the process?
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. Our understanding is, depending on the information that came today and understanding how much council approved the plan, was we looked at different timelines of what this would look like. Would we be able to just bring this back to council with a plan that could be approved and endorsed at the next meeting? We don't feel that's the case. We need to come back to the committee of the whole again at least one more time before coming for adoption. So our plan is to come back to the next committee of the whole with a proposed revision to what we've seen from the discussion today. And depending on how those conversations, how close we are with it, we should be ready to bring something forward by June, I'm hoping, to be endorsed by council.
Councillor Cunningham.
Okay, I'm gonna be very vulnerable here, and I'm gonna tell you, I feel like my dog chasing his tail, because he does that a lot. But I'm understanding that you're saying we wanna adopt this plan, but can we adopt the plan before we've had the feasibility study? We can.
Yes.
So we wouldn't want that feasibility information to make those determinations in the, no? Okay.
Mr. Gannon.
So I just want to explain what the plan is, a visionary document. And the fact that you want an interpretive center creates the project, which is the feasibility study to move forward if you still want to move forward in that area. So it's a conceptual understanding that this is the plan, that we're going to move forward. We're going to bring projects forward to council for considerations that come in line with the plan. It's like having council strategic direction. Certain items within the strategic direction, we're creating projects or deliverables from those strategic directions to bring forward to council for consideration as we put in the RFT. So it doesn't have to be part of it, as long as we know council, which by council approving the feasibility study, we understand council wants more understanding. We believe that a facility is needed. We're not sure what the extent of that facility is. That's what the feasibility plan is going to bring forward for consideration. Now, council can choose at that time saying, we've changed our mind, we don't want a facility there. That's all in council's control within the budgeting and with these considerations.
Councillor McGee.
So, do I have this right? The master plan that you're going to be bringing forward is, again, just a concept of where we can start making actual project plans.
Correct.
Right? And so there's no commitment, it's just an idea.
Go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you. So through the chair, for example, if I came forward, let's say with a marketing study for Horseshoe Canyon, I would align that with multiple strategic directions within council and marry it with the master plan. So council has an understanding that this project that we're trying to deliver or move forward is in line not only with their strategic direction, but also within the master plan, because the master plan stipulates this. So it's marrying your vision, your focus on what you think for these individual areas within the county to bring it forward back for consideration when we do projects.
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Sherlock.
I'm still here, I promise.
I'm still here.
Still here.
Sorry, I'm not used to looking that way.
So, through the chair to the rest of the board here, is it our understanding that to bring this all together is that there is desire and consensus from council of a facility on site, at a minimum of washrooms, potential to see more depending on the feasibility? Is there consensus for that action?
4,500 square feet, bank of windows looking down at Horseshoe Canyon.
With a glass floor.
Blue-green
extending
tint,
over.
okay.
Mr. Gannon.
So thank you through the chair and for your indulgence. I'm going to try to expedite this a little bit because I think we kind of cleared up exactly what the intent of the plan is, okay? So looking at all these focus group details, you can see the ones that we've already moved forward with some of the initiatives and things like that, and they can grow. please understand, that's not the end of those. They can actually, additional plans can grow on those individual deliverables that have been met and have moved forward. Is there anything within that focus group detail that council sees as a red herring that you would want removed or you don't want us to explore? Not to discriminate against red herrings, I just wanted to use that term.
Yeah, and so that's not just the first page here, but also the strategies to consider next, as well as the strategies to consider later, if at all. If there's any of those that you'd like to elaborate on what we have done, because like I said, some of them are done fully, some of them are done partially. It's really just what we're looking at, but.
Councillor McGee?
I really agree with the things to do later. All the bottom stuff is almost a no. So if we eventually want to go there, that might be another thing we visit in, 5-10 years. But I don't want to see us putting bathrooms on the bottom. I don't want us to, all those bottom things. I really do like the idea of a pavilion idea for a minimum of washrooms, and that the upper trail gets its priority. For me, if I were to name my 2 highlights, that's what I would have. Maintain what you've got going, keep that moving and growing, because, we can have more t-shirts or whatever, wherever there's an opportunity for growth that comes our way. But when it comes to beyond those things, that would be my 2 first choices of what to talk about. But that's just me. I would love to hear what everybody else has to say.
I'm 100% with Councillor McGee, which I brought up earlier, to do with Wi-Fi. Just in the later, if at all, create a permanent visitor pavilion and hosting space. Is that kind of joined with the bathroom? Like, we need to bring it forward a little bit more. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Reeve King?
So again, I don't want to close the door on the partnership side of this whole thing as well. But I do want to be very clear that in that partnership conversations, it has to be what's in it for us. We really need to be very clear that if we're going to be partnering, or if we're going to consider, private third-party operators who are going to operate within the canyon or add facilities to the canyon to draw visitors, there still has to be a return to Kneehill County. And we need to be very clear about that. That's one of the objectives that we have, is that this is to drive and generate revenue within and for Kneehill County. And so I'm all about willingness to partner and to look at opportunities to promote what's happening within Kneehill County, but not at the expense of Kneehill County. So I want to be very clear about that there has to be an upside for us. And we've been involved in a lot of groups where, and I'm not going to say the name, but it starts with D, and it's all been about that partner. I don't want to go there, and I'm not interested in going there. So we have to be very careful in terms of how we advance those partnership conversations. And when it comes to private partner conversations, again, we need to be very clear about why we might be interested in getting involved and what the objective is for Kneehill County, as well as how we help that person be profitable and do what they need to do. Again, to generate income for the residents of Kneehill.
Councillor McGee?
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I agree very wholeheartedly to everything you said. I'd like to add to that, though, also acknowledging that Travel Alberta has named this destination, has already started to make plans, has already been advertising, getting people to this destination. We need partners, part of the destination plan of Travel Alberta. And the truth is, the amount of money that has already increased in that area since they started this vision has been substantial. And boy, oh boy, we have to be sure that we have the what's in it for us, because lots more money is coming this direction, and we need to be ready to be able to get some of that money into our community. And we won't be able to if we are too stagnant with this project.
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you through the chair. I just want to remind council that any proposed partnership that happens there will be brought back to council for consideration. So if it doesn't align with not providing enough value to council, it will be council's decision to ensure to advise administration that we don't move forward with it or that we make alterations to it. So I'd like to, feel that we would bring any partnership forward to council for consideration and understanding with the larger vision of this, and be able to allow that conversation to grow from that portion. And if you feel it's substantial and it's worth that, I don't think I could make that evaluation or that understanding. And at that time, council would most likely give us the direction of moving forward or not.
Councilor McGee?
To add to that, my conversations with our representative for the destination marketing from Travel Alberta is frustrated that he does not understand council's vision. So I think today has been really critical at making a productive use of that. And I really want, I want Travel Alberta to get the message that we're here to be part of things.
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you. Through council, so if we review the information from the focus group, I do apologize. The strategies to consider later, if at all, we had Councilor McGee make some comments that she wanted some redacted or removed. Does the rest of council feel the same way, or how would they like to proceed? As we develop the document, we want to make sure there's as much of a majority consensus, as we don't want to keep on delaying the process if it's not right when we come back, as we know that there's expectations for the feasibility study and everything to move forward. So I would implore council if they could let us know if they agree with Councillor McGee, if they would like to also remove those items.
Can we talk about it later? Okay, personally, when I look at it, because of the restrictive covenant we have, there is no development at the bottom of the canyon. So, washrooms, fixtures, and amenities, that pretty much is taken care of. Yeah, same with. And as far as overnight experiences go, okay, fine. Yeah.
Don't close that door. But we're not opening it ourselves and driving through it.
Yeah, we can have the Northern Lights viewing experience.
Okay. You come with a proposal and some investment and we'll talk to you.
A lawn chair and a tent.
Exactly. 40 miles from nowhere, no lights.
So what's everybody else's thoughts about later stuff? Later?
Well, I think just from what I'm hearing, we're not, except for the ones that just aren't ever gonna happen, we're not gonna take anything off the table, but, if someone rolls in here with a big fat check and says, hey, we wanna, work on some camping, whatever it might be, yeah, we're gonna look at it, but yeah, Don't take them off the table except the ones that are never gonna happen.
Just for clarification, when we were discussing the visitor pavilion portion, we're grouping that in with the washroom portion as well into that discussion, correct? Because in the center of this, consider later at all, is create the permanent visitor pavilion and hosting space. So is that something that we are going to put lower on the list, or are we gonna group that up with the washroom interpretive center facility?
Like, create the permanent, yeah, that's what I want to move it up.
It's part of the feasibility study as far as I'm concerned.
Yep, yep.
So it's moved
there.
out of this, maybe never, ever, but we're waiting to see the feasibility study.
I just wanted to make sure that that was clear, that, you know, as we were looking at this list, so. Okay. Is there any other comment to any of the other items on the other pages? Okay. Okay. We'll move on. Yay.
Move on, I thought we were done.
We're gonna wrap it all up, I promise.
Just put a nice bow on it.
Gotta put a bow on it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate that the drawing above is conceptual. I can't stipulate that enough. On the focus group detail where it shows above on the master plan, these are all conceptual, and anything can move depending on the individual projects as they get approved and as they get considered. So I just want to make sure that council understands that. So if they get a question from a ratepayer, these are just to understand visionary. This is what it could look like, but it could change depending on more information comes to light.
And we've already seen some change. The funicular is out. So this is an old conceptual drawing just for reference to historical. Okay.
Yeah, thank you for that. And maybe if Councillor McGee gets her way, Canyon will turn into a lake.
I believe that was a suggestion at one point, was just to fill it with water.
Oh, I had another suggestion at one point in time too.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going there.
The viewing platform becomes a dock?
Dock.
That's a lot of water.
Big plug in the water.
Okay, we can go to the next one.
Okay, we're going off the rails.
So the next slide we have here is focusing on trail liability. According to the Best Practices Guide for Trail Stewards, Operators, Managers, and Owners, an occupier is liable to trespassers for damages for death or injury to the user that result from the occupier's willful or reckless conduct. This generally means that the occupier can be held liable if their conduct shows an indifference to the safety of the trespasser. So proper risk management can significantly improve the safety of trail users and decrease liability for the trail operator, manager, and owner. The following are some examples of risk management strategies the owner should consider to reduce their risk. 1, avoidance. When planning the routing of any trail, an owner can reduce their risk by not routing a trail within areas of significant risk. Owners can also reduce their risk by temporary rerouting or closing existing trails where a significant risk is determined, such as during poor weather conditions. Number 2, transfer. Owners can transfer risk to another party through the use of waivers or by obtaining proper insurance. Number 3, retention. Retains risk is any risk the trail operator, owner, manager cannot avoid or transfer, and so they must be prepared to assume on their own. And number 4, reduction. The trail owner can employ measures so that the likelihood of an or severity of the risk is reduced to such a level that they are able to manageably retain the risk by accepting the nominal probability of its occurrence. And also from the Provincial Parks Act, powers of park administration officers for the purpose of administering disposition or permission respecting any activity or situation in a park or recreation area. A park admin officer may order a person to cease or refrain from any activity that the officer considers is or is potentially dangerous to human life or property. So yeah, just another thing we'll have to be cognizant of.
So what's our budget for no trespassing signs?
So within that, we do a number of things for that reduction of risk. So the trails that we have maintained and any trail that we have posted, we have maintained and regular inspections done in order to reduce our risk. But there is a risk of entry for anybody who decides to, and is why we have the warning signs at the top saying, you know, that there is steep slopes, uneven terrain, you know, hot weather, no cell access, is that those are things that are in place there to help mitigate that liability.
Brief King.
So the reality of the world is that people can be extremely foolish, that's the word I'm going to use, and do things that most normal people wouldn't, and as a result end up injuring themselves. And the way the courts view this, whether they're trespassing, whether they're allowed to be there or not, has nothing to do with it, and the landowner basically carries the liability. So I think we need to do all the things we can to reduce our risk and our liability, but recognize that the fact is ultimately with the court system and the way people take responsibility for their own activities nowadays is we are at risk.
Absolutely,
So
and
it's
for that reason, we carry
somewhat
insurance.
about managing, and then, yeah, we carry insurance and have lawyers for good reasons.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, go to the next slide.
So development of the canyon. The focus is on giving visitors a reason to come to the county, stay longer, experience more, and stimulate greater returns and benefits. So experiences equal greater economic value. Our competitive position will increase, and so too will our ability to seek increased prices for our experiences and, in turn, greater economic return to the Kneehill County as a whole region. The development and investment of the canyon will result in indirect and induced economic benefits to other businesses in Kneehill County and the region as more visitors stay longer and spend more time in the region. And showcasing the uniqueness of the canyon creates livelihood, opportunities, and fosters economic growth by promoting regional development. And next one.
So just considerations moving forward as we look to bring back a revised plan. Of course, there is the restrictive covenant and that which it involves. There is the continual increase of visitors to the site. There is the sensitive nature of the environment of the canyon and the erosion concerns involved. There is the increased activity of fossil findings and that partnership with the Royal Tyrrell. And there is interest in the site as part of Alberta Tourism's regional development, as well as the opportunities that we are finding, as well as that may present themselves in the future for collaboration and partnerships. Next slide. So we're getting into the wrapping up portion of here. We've gotten a lot of information and we do thank you for all of that. I know it's been a lot of discussion, but it really does bring us to a place of understanding and being able to bring forward a plan that reflects the true vision of council and that they're able to believe in and that we're able to follow diligently thereafter. So as I had said before, the original 2019 master plan was only accepted in principle and the focus group recommendations I have here as accepted as principal, but were adopted as recommended, but that didn't include a revision to a master plan. So then it is the recommendation of administration to develop an updated master plan that really does reflect council's current 20-year vision for Horseshoe Canyon and contains that actionable 5-year plan. We have heard a lot of this today, but just to accomplish this, we would like to know if there's any outstanding feedback regarding council's overarching vision for Horseshoe Canyon and the surrounding area. What we have, and what I kind of pulled from the focus group recommendations there on the second page is they say a signature experience, a signature must experience gateway to the Canadian Badlands. So it really creating a place that is a must-see and is a place for Kneehill County and that is representative of us and provides that that picture and that pathway for people to get to know Kneehill County. Some of the recommendations that we've pulled from the focus group ones to include in the plan would be inclusion and incorporation of the 3 aspirational outcomes for development as defined by the focus group as guiding principles for the site. That positive visitor experience, the economic benefit, and the responsible management. The next would be continued support for the conservation and the sustainable use of the canyon, followed by the development of the canyon into a destination that motivates travel to the county and the Canadian Badlands. And increase the direct and indirect economic contributions the canyon and tourism is making to the county and the region. And to extend this length of stay of visitors and establish the canyon as a destination where visitors stay and play rather than stop, look, and leave. So with this and with the discussion we've had, is there anything further to the overarching vision that council would like to discuss or provide input?
Oh, sorry, Councillor McGee.
So I just have a couple points. I want to be sure that we identify this as Kneehill County's Horseshoe Canyon in the way we brand things. I want to also see if there's some way to better define, bring the language of spirit of place into what the task force said. I really like what they said, but I'm not sure if the spirit of place for development is clear. And then I would like to ask, and I think this might be something we should consider in all photos that we take, but I really would like to see any photo that used on any document, you have it stamped as Kneehill County in the corner somewhere, like many photographers stamp their own work. We need to stamp our work.
There anything further?
Why start now?
There, we got you.
All right, fine.
Reeve King.
Thank you. De-emphasize the Canadian Badlands. De-emphasize, de-emphasize, de-emphasize. Emphasize, emphasize, emphasize Kneehill County. For now,
He's just getting comfy there.
They provoked me. I was gonna be quiet.
And I hear, and that's why I've always fought from day one with that silly sign.
Yeah.
Here's your sign.
So are you looking for a motion to come forward? We're not done yet?
I'm not done yet, but if you have a
Tell me
motion
when
you
you're
want to
done.
make, I'll cut things short. I guess the next portion to this, which would be the next slide, is just any specific items that I know we've talked about. The facility, we've talked about the signage. Those are two specific items. A couple of the other specific items would be the brand development and promotion that we have, the collaboration with partners. So really working with people like the NCC and the Royal Tyrrell to really get some of those partnerships moving. Trail development and supporting amenities. So we've talked about that Canyon Top Trail and moving that forward. The park fee collection with the on-site ambassadors. That's something that we feel that there's value to, and that we would recommend going forward. Of course, as I didn't mention at the top of this list, but this is not a specific order. This is really just however things would go, and we would bring back that order to you with that plan and that timeline. The regular country market, hosting of the space for event rentals, and I was going to note that we are currently renting the Long Table site for weddings. It's just under our public space rentals under part of a thing, and I believe it's $200, $150. It depends on the number of people on the site. But that's something that, of course, we can explore, and as we implement more services on site, then that's something that we're able to revisit as far as the rates for that. And then the development of the visitor pavilion, we've of course gone through that. The encouragement of private sector opportunities, so whether it's involved with that pavilion or with other components related into this plan, making sure, like you said, that we retain, that we keep that door open. And then there would be the implementation of the canyon side comfort camping in collaboration with a private operator. So just that would be an opportunity that, should it present itself, that we would be open to. The finally on here would be the on-site recreational activities such as educational camps, sessions, guided tours, public events, collaborating with private operators. So again, trying to make sure that those doors stay open, and as we're looking for opportunities within whatever facility that we come to, is that we're exploring those as options, especially when we're looking at season extension. You know, educational camps and sessions are something that if we're hitting those school groups, they're usually in those shoulder seasons as well, and would possibly be an opportunity for us to extend that season. So within those ones or within any others, is there anything council would like to see specific? Okay. Excellent. Worn you down.
2 o'clock doldrums.
Wait till you go and listen to this and then have to pick all the little pieces out of it.
That's what I have everybody taking
Have
notes
fun.
for. So then our very last item here, there's specific items that you'd like to see excluded from the updated plan. We talked about the funicular. The other thing that we've discussed that's been brought up in the past has been cycling. I know in the initial covenant, there was, they'd said hiking or biking in the bottom, and we have steered away from any sort of cycling in the bottom just due to the sensitive nature of the site. So that is something that we have disallowed, but with the development of a canyon top trail, maybe that's an opportunity because we find people coming from the campground looking for somewhere to bike, and somewhere that's a little safer than just the gravel road. It could be an opportunity. So yeah, no trails on the bottom, no funicular. The bridge across the NCC side is, I'm going to say unlikely, but who knows if they decide that that's something that they want to do, then maybe that's something that we can be in a partnership on. But is there anything else that council would like to see specifically removed?
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you through the chair. I'd also like to say thank you to council for the plentiful conversation we've had today. It's been a lot of information on both ends, and I really do appreciate it. As far as the next step moving forward, we feel that coming to committee of the whole would be the most opportune direction to really look at what we're proposing as a plan and have more discussion. Hopefully just polishing it up so we can bring it at the next council meeting for consideration. So if council thinks that there's a different direction they'd like and additional items removed or added, please understand that that does also give you another avenue, that if you're thinking about it and you're really passionate that you feel that this was not addressed appropriately, please let us know.
Councillor McGee?
Sorry. I did think of one other thing I was hoping that we somehow articulated, and I'm not sure if that's too detailed. I would like to see that we use the site also in the future, long 20-year plan, that we do more opportunities for education around history, paleontology, and especially ag. I don't think we really articulated the educational component that needs to be incorporated or could be incorporated into some of the things that we do.
Okay, we can go to the last slide. So what the plan is from here is, like Kevin said, we will take this back. We will create a, utilizing the documents and the feedback we've got today to create a revised master plan that can be hopefully reviewed by the committee of the whole and then taken forward to council for approval.
It's okay. It's part of it. It's part of both.
Okay, so do we need a motion coming forward? Yes, we do.
See, Mr. Chair, I believe that we're just, we've got a different recommended motion, so we're just typing that in for you now.
We adding bungee jumping?
The platform is going to be that rotating restaurant you talked about, so it gives an added,
Perfect.
literally an added twist.
Swing.
Like a carnival ride.
Are you wanting a future or the next? Yeah.
The next is in April.
To the March. March.
I heard April happening.
I heard March.
Well, you heard that inside your head.
No, I didn't. I heard that from Mr. Gannon.
Oh, okay, well, he's changing the timeline here.
What else they got to do?
Thanks for reminding me.
Quit.
Oh, that's, put on enough pressure, that's possible. Then it'll be wrongful dismissal.
There's no committee on March, we can make it for April.
That makes it easy.
It's looking like April 16th. Hey, it's my anniversary. Or my wife's.
Your wife's. Don't you share it?
Sometimes, not very often.
She's claimed ownership. You're an also-ran.
Okay, is that what we would like to see for a recommendation to council?
That's next.
Pardon me.
Should it say recommend to council?
Through Mr. Chair, in this case here, as a committee, you're just deferring discussion to one of your future meetings.
Okay.
So it technically wouldn't be a recommendation to council. You're just saying you're going to
Okay,
pick up,
'cause it's not coming to council.
right,
It's-
you're going to pick up this conversation at the April meeting.
Okay, it's been a long day.
So can we add the word revised Horseshoe Canyon master plan?
Is that what we need to see? Somebody want to recess?
Yeah.
Well, whoever was going to want some.
Does somebody want to recess? That was a hint.
Councillor Forbes.
Nothing like leading.
I'll make the motion that the committee of a whole defer further conversation on the revised Horseshoe Canyon Master Plan to April 16th, the 2024 Committee of the Whole meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. We can see this, the motion on the screen. Is there any discussion to that motion?
We should have more of a discussion.
All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, we are in recess.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. All right, our next agenda item, 2.4, unsightly premises process and bylaw follow-up. Welcome, Ms. Grosfield and Ms. Hazelton. And anytime you are ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. So today we're just following up from a previous Committee of the Whole meeting with some more information and to answer some of your questions. So we kind of just start with, I included section 546 in here again from the MGA. It goes over the orders to remedy dangers and unsightly properties. So MGA gives us the authority to do that. The background is, Council reviewed the unsightly complaints process and the bylaw 1630 at the December 5th Cal meeting, and a motion was made to have administration bring back the bylaw with suggested changes. And we kind of just wanted to go over, I think we can answer some of your questions too, with some unsightly properties process and bylaw maybe in a little bit more depth. And so we did this presentation for you. So a couple things to keep in mind. Unsightly premises does not happen overnight. They're very long, drawn-out processes. They're generally not resolved overnight either, and they could be 25 years of collecting items on their properties or more. The investigations can be complex and several components to them that don't involve just garbage and debris in the yard. From the time the initial complaint to the final resolution, it can be easily 2 years of municipalities' time and resources, and it can be quite costly as well. Some of that can be recovered back into taxes, but that's kind of up to the courts to decide once it gets into that level. I also just wanted to kind of like caveat that we can't talk about specific files, but this is kind of just generally. So we have smaller scale, so that's cleanup can be done in a weekend by the homeowner without significant cost. If we are required to help in the cleanup or the mowing, we could generally use internal resources from our own departments. As a general rule, council is not engaged in these small remedial mowing projects. But large scale cleanups are usually identified months or maybe even years in advance, may try to work with the landowner on a phased approach, usually identified as being a property that will require a remedial action file, might be across departments, so it could be a planning file more on land use bylaw and land use, or it might actually involve public health or even some of those other departments internally as well. And then costs can include municipal staff, resources, as well as storage, contractors, or legal services. And we call this one the third type. So this one is a property that's deemed dangerous. This is not in Kneehill County. I just took it off the website. Properties deemed dangerous may fall under this. We require more resources, time, expertise than we have. And like I said, this could require public health, environment, RCMP, multiple jurisdictions, and with these ones, there's multiple factors as well that include their own personal situation, the money that they have, the health, the family situation. The courts definitely look at those as factors when doing unsightly premises. And displacement of persons may be a factor as well, so we have to be very careful of that as well. So step one, so initial complaint is received. So the county receives a complaint and decides whether or not to act on it based on many factors. So there are some files that we know that have been brought to us that we keep getting repeated complaints about. Unfortunately, those are flagged by RCMP and we can't deal with those files. So those have been given to RCMP to deal with. Some of those, we also, planning already might have a file on that for the same property, maybe something on use and not untidy premises. And so we might work with planning on those files to make sure that we're not like double sorting them, to make sure that we're working still with that landowner. There also might be difficulties with boundary and property lines. So whether or not we can prove that it's on their property, or whether they have to remediate it or somebody else needs to, is sometimes an issue as well. A file we do not have authority to act upon, so again, that's referred to another agency. So some files that we can't act on those. Open a file and investigate it. So we create a report, we take photos, and again, possibly work with planning on the issue. And then call the resident and talk to them directly about the concern, and then do that feedback loop and call the complainant back to tell them what we've done. And hopefully it's an easy fix, but we know that they usually are not. Verbal call, visit the property. So this is, again, just going through, checking on the progress. If they completed it, then perfect, then that's great, and it's kind of off of our list. If not, we do send a warning letter asking them to clean up or to mow, and again, we'll just follow up with that.
Are you done? Sorry.
I'm done, yeah. Send an unsightly premises letter, so include what needs to be completed exactly within a reasonable and certain timeline. So it's difficult to move yard materials buried under 6 feet of snow. The courts are very, they like the resident better than the municipality in a lot of cases, and they want to make sure that the municipalities are acting beyond reasonable in many circumstances. So we are allowing for 4 months of winter to clean up in the spring, right? Something like that, so. And then we cite the bylaw infraction, and we may include that fine as well. And then again, we check on the property. If they're making progress, perfect. If not, then we might actually even have an agreement too on the extension. Some properties, we can work with a landowner for 6 months and constantly kind of, okay, you've made progress. What can we do now to make the next step of progress? And so we do that quite a bit, just to make sure as soon as you give them a fine, progress stops. So that's just, it's the nature of, if we can work with them, it's best to just continue to work with them before we go to that fine stage. So ticketing doesn't always lead to compliance, shuts them down. Before the ticket is issued, administration will make the decision prior to going to the property owner or renter, and there are multiple different tickets that we can give. A lot of them will need to make sure that the infraction is actually in the bylaw and has a fine attached to it. So the stop order process and the court order. So should there be little action taken, legal may need to get involved. This could take some time, and the court system would be involved, which could be many years. I always use the example of one place in Carbon that I tried to get siding on their house, and it took over 2 years just to get siding put on their house. You will need to prove in a court that you've followed every reasonable step in accommodating the cleanup process. And then under the MGA, municipalities may enter on the land and clean that up for them. And that cost will go to their taxes as per the MGA, as long as the court agrees to that. You might even split the costs. It's kind of up to the courts to decide on that. So planning versus enforcement. When an unsightly complaint comes into the office, we definitely work collaboratively. Some will be owned by planning and some will be enforcement files. Some may also be ag and parks issues as well, depending if it's Kneehill's property. Like we talked about some mowing of some different parks and stuff like that, or public places in some of the hamlets or different areas throughout the county. So land use changes. So this is construction, home businesses, RVs, mobile homes, and buildings moved in. Excessive storage of materials not for that designated area. So straw bales in a residential yard, or construction materials in a residential yard, or piles of garbage, I don't know. Fencing and access issues are all under land use bylaw. Enforcement issues, mowing, snow removal, overgrown hedges, some safety issues can really be under enforcement, and then again, that excessive storage of materials, which is discretionary. There may be multiple municipal departments involved, so enforcement can determine an action to affect the cleanup and issue the orders. Planning and development can determine zoning and permitting and issue stop and remedial orders. Public Works may have resources and equipment to be part of a cleanup. Landfill may have the capacity to store the items because there is a 30-day requirement when you take anything off people's property to store it under the MGA. Fire can determine possible hazards and risks, and we can work with that fire departments as well. Safety codes officers can determine unsafe structures, gas lines and electrical concerns. Finance ensures we are following the MGA and bylaws on processing and tracking the costs related to the files, and then a scribe or assistant. And so sometimes you kind of get, it's a big process sometimes, and so you need to make sure that everything is documented. And so sometimes having an assistant to be able to do that is very helpful, just because we have all the actions and procedures documented. And then other agencies, so legal may be contacted to make sure that we're following the MGA and bylaws, and court. Alberta Health Services may have resources needed to help with the cleanup, especially if it's a public health concern. Tow truck drivers may be needed to take away the derelict vehicles and to store them. Garbage disposal contractors, RCMP, depending on the volatility of the situation, because when you're taking people's property, it goes there. Environment, hazardous properties beyond our jurisdiction have multiple authorities. So recognize how your actions may affect the homeowner, that one person's junk is not one other's treasure, that you believe that you're acting with diligence. Public perception may see the homeowner as a victim. The courts usually will as well. The property owner may feel overwhelmed, intimidated, and stressed. Acknowledge their environment, don't discount them. They may feel as though they've lost control of all their things, and take time to explain things, be clear, consistent, and considerate. I think that's it. I think that's the end. So we'll kind of go back to the RFD. Do you want to bring that up, or do you want her to bring that up? In the RFD, we kind of took whatever questions you had. We went over the committee of the whole meeting and took all your different questions and put them into a chart. We tried to put them into a chart of the different bylaws. So you guys, some of you had compared Mountain View County's bylaw and Wheatland County's bylaw, and so we brought those two up to do some comparisons with Kneehill County's. So the jurisdiction, the bylaw is exclusive to Hamlets only. Sorry, anybody have any questions about any of that? Okay. So bylaw exclusive to Hamlets only. Mountain View Counties, all of counties exceptions in section 3 to agricultural operations. And then Wheatland Counties, also there was an exception to agricultural operations further in their bylaw as well, but they define urban property and rural property and kind of link that to the land use bylaw. Warning letters. So in Kneehill County, it says that they may be issued a notice of non-compliance. In Mountain Views, the process in the bylaw says straight to abatement notice. And Wheatland County defines the warning letter, and there's a separate section for each enforcement tool, which I thought was nice and clear and concise. So accumulating matter was a question. So under our unsightly premises, it's under our definition, and it's a general prohibited act to have that. Animal matter is under our animal control bylaw as well. And then sidewalk accumulations are under our traffic bylaw. So traffic bylaw includes sidewalks, alleys, a bunch of stuff as well. So there is another bylaw, just not 1630, that talks about snow removal. Mountain View bylaw under animal, building, and yard material definitions. And under the Wheatland County bylaw, under animal, building, material definitions, unsightly, and further detail on snow and ice in that bylaw as well. Dangerous or unsafe properties, maybe multi-jurisdictional files. So those are not in our bylaw. We would just refer to the MGA if we needed to go through any of those remedying of dangers. Mountain View does go further and defines a dangerous property and that it's discretionary. And then there's considerations outlined in section 4 of the Wheatland County one. Vegetation growth, in our own bylaw, it's section 4 under grass, weeds, and trees. Mountain View Counties, it's under yard material under the definitions, and the same Wheatland County under the definition of vegetation. And then derelict vehicles, so we have that under our land use bylaw, section 73, so 2 vehicles are allowed on a residential property. So that's in our land use bylaw, but they actually have them in here. Mountain View actually has, it includes farm equipment, so that would be fun, right, Matthew? And then it is defined in the Wheatland County one as well. And then was there any questions on any of those bylaws? No, there's definitely some good things in some of their bylaws that we can absolutely take and adapt into our own that might make it a little bit more stepped or easier to find. Ours is quite muddied, I guess. Yeah, it definitely needs a refresh and an update. So there was general questions that were also, I couldn't get them into the chart, but I thought I'd put them on a separate one. So vegetation along tracks. So we have contacted the rail companies in the past, and I know that the Trochu Fire Department actually burnt along the track through Trochu. And so we were talking about doing the same thing, and they seem very open to it. We just have to arrange with the different fire departments because it does take a long time to make sure that we can burn that off. The issue is that they need to continue doing it, right? Somebody needs to continue doing that. And it's just through the hamlets, it would be good to have that preventative fire for sure. So that's definitely something that we thought we would send out letters. Like I said, we did have a conversation with them in the fall about that, but we can definitely get ahead of that. What level of success have we had was one of the questions. So we think that we have pretty good success. Again, complaints are on, actions are on complaint basis. So we had 27 files in 2022 and 23 for snow and grass, fencing, unsightly on garbage, and then with planning, we had 37 unsightly properties in the different in the different hamlets. And then most of these were resolved, but some of them have been turned over to RCMP. So again, there's some big ones out there that are very, I'm going to say flashy, public, that some of them have been turned over to RCMP for sure. So we continue to work with them, and that's kind of the best that we can do with that on follow-up on those ones.
Let's jump in. Mm-hmm. So what we're seeing here is just in our hamlets and that, not in the ag side or whatever. This is just hamlets.
Yeah, through the chair, that's correct, just because the unsightly premises bylaw is only for hamlets.
The planning numbers would be other stuff as well. So that's, somebody could build something in the rural area that they have no permits for. So we do a lot of chasing on that. Yeah, so in the planning numbers of the 70 some that we've done, that there would be a lot of developments without permits that we chase in the rural area. We don't do the unsightly so much. One thing I was gonna just add to some of what Deb has said is we do not have an obligation to include the complainant in the investigation. And I know that sometimes they want to be privy to all the information, the timelines, and can I have a copy of the letter? No, you can't. We are dealing with them on their lands. And so once we've received that complaint, we can let them know that we're following up, but otherwise, from a planning perspective, we don't keep them in the loop constantly. If they call us again, we will let them know that yes, we're aware and we're working with them. And the other comment I was going to make is we are much more successful if the party is involved in the timeline of that resolution. What is feasible for you to do? What can we tackle easily? And what can you do in a month? And when you sit down with them and work out a plan, we're much more successful in those. It still takes longer than a neighbor probably wants, but the point is to get them to compliance. It's not to appease the neighbor necessarily, unless there's a safety or fire issue that we need to address much quicker, but that's typically the approach that we've had. Just thought I'd add that.
Well, and vice versa, the complaint, they don't know who made the complaint. right?
Correct.
Okay.
Unless it says your neighbor.
We do tell them that, you know what, they can maybe figure it out if you're gonna complain about the fence being on their property. They're kind of gonna know it was you. But if it's other larger issues, if it's somebody built a huge shop without a permit, which we've had a lot of those, it could be anybody driving by, and I will tell them that. I said, it doesn't really matter. It could be somebody that drove by and said, "Who? That's there. Do they have a permit?" So that's kind of how we approach that.
And then under those planning, we also have some unsightlies that are still going. They're still in court. So, so remedial order issuance and stronger enforcement. Any order issued must be well documented, process beyond reasonable, and typically we'd only use a stop order for extreme cases that need to be seen as reasonable in court. So, yeah. And then we'd also want to make sure that council knows about some of these because they can be quite costly. So, any questions on that section? No? Okay. Other tools and proactive approaches to consider. So updating the bylaw is definitely something that we can do. Again, just kind of want to make sure that so much of unsightly is discretionary. Some of them can definitely get into a bit of a going back and forth between neighbors, but it definitely is discretionary. But that's something that if we don't have the bylaw in place, we can't enforce it. So if there's clauses in there that there's a workaround, if people, we do get complaints about the smell of agriculture, and I don't think we have the capacity to do enforcement on that because there's quite a few if you want to, like, there is lots of issues with that. So we have to be kind of careful when we put in that gray area. But we can definitely look at that bylaw, update it, and bring some suggestions back to you. Community cleanups. So I've had experience of this in some other past communities that I've worked in, and we've brought in bins and done community cleanups together. It cuts down on a lot of the garbage. Lots of people in some of the communities do not have access to trucks. We actually kind of made it multi-department, so we had hired contractors to come in and help with taking out old appliances, stuff like that. So working with John on that as well with environmental services on landfill. Just kind of talked to him and he said it would be about, we're not sure, we're not totally sure. But it depends how many bins you go through. If it's a first year doing that cleanup in that hamlet, you might go through lots of bins of stuff. And it's kind of like a good news, help the neighbor situation. And it can just be really proactive in trying to get rid of some of that garbage. And bringing it right to their front door is a good proactive approach. Contract surveyor. So this one, it's definitely a necessary tool to know the boundary lines in some of the hamlets, and we do have mapping, but sometimes there's a fine line that we just don't know yet. And so that one, just be aware that one might have to happen eventually, that we do survey to actually pinpoint our alleyways and stuff like that. That might be an additional cost down the road, just because it's very difficult to enforce when they don't know their boundary line. A resident survey, so asking residents specifically what they would like council to enforce and to focus on was something that we could add to another survey maybe. And then an education seminar, so host for one of our counselors, or host one for our area counselors. From an enforcement and legal perspective, kind of like the MPC training that we did in November. Maybe that's something that we can do as a region, just because we do bylaw enforcement for right now, contracted for those other municipalities. That might be something that we can do as a regional project as well. And then, so financing and staff implications, so bylaw updating, so if that's an internal cost. Lawyer probably will review the bylaw, but there's some really good examples out there that have been passed through legal from other municipalities that we can definitely borrow. Community cleanup, like I said, we talked to John in utilities and environment, and he said approximately $5,000 per hamlet. But again, we're just, that's a estimate, because we just don't know how many bins we would need. And it also doesn't include the municipal staff time and wages. So most people don't work on weekends, and that might be the time to do a community cleanup. So that would have to be taken into consideration. Contractor survey, it's about $20,000 a hamlet, is kind of what we had talked about before. Resident survey, could do this online. Low cost, involves the communications department, and then an education seminar. We could hire consultants to do this, or we could do it internally or work together, just like Barb had done for the MPC training, and do it together. And so that would be $6,000, but maybe that could be something that we could do as a region and share that cost. So, yeah, so our recommendations to council then is, or to committee of the whole, sorry, is to recommend to council to request administration to make recommended changes to the unsightly premises bylaw and bring back for further review. And that the committee of the whole recommend to council to request administration to research options and costs for the options presented. Sorry if I talked really fast. I don't know if I put you guys all to sleep. I know it's been a long day for you.
Councillor Forbes.
I'll start this off. When I initially wanted to bring this forward, I wanted it to not always just be about hamlets. I wanted it to be encompassing of the whole entire county. The reason being is at one of my ratepayer evenings, he didn't live in my division, but there is a gentleman who has to deal constantly with grain rotting in bags, and the bags deteriorating and blowing into his yard across the road from him. So I also want to make sure that his voice is heard. So that's why I was looking at Wheatlands and Mountain Views, because theirs was more encompassing of the whole county, not just specifically to hamlets. And the other reason why I wanted this to also come forward too is because of the country residential aspect that we have. Because really, those are homes that are in one little division that might not be covered under a bylaw. So my reasoning for wanting this.
Councillor Penner.
Like furthermore to that, there's a few acreages in the county that adjoining landowners are having trouble with stuff blowing off them and whatnot else. Can you tell me what's the process if a rural resident makes a complaint about their neighbor and the stuff that's blowing onto their fields? What would happen if somebody, or if they have, called in and said, so-and-so, the tin is blowing out of their yard onto our fields and we're constantly having to pick it up? What's the process?
Right now, we would just go talk to them, right? Like, we would just call them up and say, hey, can you clean that up?
Oh, so you're saying you could do that, enforcement could do that, not the, okay, making the complaint. Oh, okay, I'll spread that word.
Yeah, we can definitely do that, because garbage garbage going onto public ways is something that we can enforce, right? Because it's a highway or traffic, or even if it's on their own property.
If it's going on, if it's blowing onto my property, say, I can phone you.
We can still call them.
I've had no luck. Say I've had no luck. I can make a complaint and then enforcement can deal with it.
We can still call them and ask them to, and hopefully they abide. But there's no fine in our unsightly premises that we can, by law, that we can go through. However, we could step that up and go to the MGA. So just because our bylaw doesn't cover it doesn't mean that we can't. It's just a little bit more of a process.
Councillor Cunningham.
So that process would be easier then if that was included in the bylaw, like if the country area was included in that. Is that correct? Is that what I'm hearing you saying?
Yeah, we can go through the MGA as well. So it does, it's just that there's no fines listed in the MGA. Right. Fines are listed in the bylaw. And then just to kind of go back on that, so a lot of times sometimes you need a witness for some, because we get lots of garbage dumping. We can't be sure that that person has dumped that garbage. So a lot of times, our public works staff will just go out and pick up the garbage, and there's no fine, because you can't prove that. So you need a witness to sign off that that's been done, that they'll go to court and stand up on a witness stand and say that it has been, if you want to fine them.
Councilor McGee?
I've had experience of your staff doing a great job. I do know that there is follow-through when instances happen, and so I appreciate that, and I just want to put that forward too.
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you, through the chair. As you look at Mountain View and Wheatland County, you know, there are exceptions there, and there's reasons why there are exceptions within those areas. And I just want to make it there is a compounding effect of really moving forward with certain items of concern there, and what that compounding effect is to the greater community and how we're going to manage that. So when we go forward with any of these changes, we'll come back as a team to really propose the risks of if we do move forward with this type of proposal, because council needs to understand that there is a variable risk to the community as far as how do we move forward with that, how do we do that. For example, if you have derelict buildings, if you want those really managed, and you do that out in a rural aspect, how do we manage a program like that? How do we move forward? Is it just pick and choose? Like there's a lot of compounding effect that could be to the ratepayers and what we're trying to move forward with. So when we come back, we need to understand those exceptions and why the exceptions are in place, and really put something that can be enforced and that is able to be to move forward in regardless of who you are within the county.
Councilor Cunningham?
I guess my only comment to risks would be there's also a risk of not doing anything as well. So I think we have to consider that as well. But you mentioned that there's a piece with the RCMP component. So there's some that we literally cannot work with them at all. So is there some that we can work in conjunction with the RCP, like collaboratively, or is that just it's either theirs or not?
Yeah, for sure. It's just sometimes those RCMP files are a little bit more, I guess, delicate, and some of the people we don't want to associate with either, I guess, is because we just, again, don't want to take that risk in associating with some of the people.
Councilor Christie?
I guess my question there on the no-go zones or areas, that communication is up to date, like that's current, and you both communicate that very well. My fear is going into a site that you didn't know about, that they knew about.
Yeah, so we actually, we do connect with the RCMP officers quite often, but we also have a known risk policy, and it's actually mandated by the Solgen that we actually have a known risk policy, but we have to assume that everybody in rural Alberta also has a gun and that they could be volatile, right? Because we are going onto people's property to tell them what they can and cannot do on their own property. So it is very... It can escalate quite quickly. Yeah, but to your question, we work collaboratively with them, and we update our mapping system. So before we go to that property, we look to see if there are known risk on that map.
Okay, that's my concern, so thank you.
So what do we want to do? Councilor Forbes?
I guess it's more of a question for the rest of council. Do you want to have this include all of the county or just the hamlets? Because that's where I originally want it, was for the whole entire county, not just hamlets. So that's the question I'm proposing
Counselor Cunningham?
I'm with Counselor Forbes. I think each, no matter where you live in the county, you matter just the same as anybody else, so I'd like to see it across the board, across the county.
Reeve King?
So can I ask a question in terms of success rate and length of process? So if we're just doing a cooperative effort with homeowners and property owners, my expectation is we're probably making much better progress than if we're not. And it's probably a much lengthier process, or maybe not really, by the time you get involved in the courts and whatever. So do we have a lot of cost if we're taking it from a voluntary point of view? And kind of how does that escalate when we go to a more aggressive potential court route? Understand what I'm asking? No? Okay.
So how does it escalate from we're working with them?
No,
to,
I'm interested in an estimated cost for enforcement if we just go the voluntary route and work with our own staff internally, as opposed to if we get aggressive and start to do an enforcement route. And then we get court and extended staff time and a whole bunch of other things involved. So you have a rough estimate in terms of what value would be or costs would be?
I'm going to say a rough estimate might be $5,000 for a legal fee to go onto the property and remove some very little bit of garbage, or and then you have to store it. So we'll go $5,000, but that could easily go up to $75,000. And I believe, just like I think Matthew has some that was 75? 75 to clean up one property in the past.
7,500 or 75?
$1,000.
75,000.
$1,000 to clean up one property.
Yeah. And so then my follow-up question would be, who determines unsightly? And how do you do that rural as compared to our rural urbans? And sort of immediacy of neighbors and all of those kind of things. And I recognize sort of the fairness of a broad application, but when you start to bring in old farm machinery, grain bags that have been piled up for the last 35 years and those kind of things, who determines what's what? Because like you said earlier, one man's junk is another man's treasure, as you see by the shoppers at the Trochu East Mall quite frequently.
Yeah, and it is discretionary, and I kind of, the one, in Mountain View counties, I don't know who this is. I think this is Mountain View's. They just adopted this one, actually, in 2023. And in Mountain View counties, they actually say, in determining whether a property is unsightly, as defined in this bylaw, an enforcement officer shall regard the normal use and location, as well as the agricultural identity and operations of the property. So that is the out for agricultural. So it doesn't matter what the bylaw says, like that is giving agricultural operations an out. Does that answer the question?
So it becomes subjective.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And we can definitely look at other people's bylaws and see what we can bring forward to you and actually do a draft bylaw and bring some different suggestions of some different wordings and kind of what it would look like to you. And you can have some more deliberations at that point as well.
Counselor Forbes?
I just want to make it clear, I'm not about enforcing anything with these. I really do like what you guys have been doing because it does work better for the people that we're asking to do the tidying up. It's not really putting people on the spot. It's just, hey, you know what, be mindful, your neighbors are now starting to complain about it. I do like what you're doing. Enforcement would be the last road I would ever ask because that costs the county money and everybody who pays taxes in this county. So I wouldn't want that road. I just would like it to be more encompassing so that my guy who lives across the road from something that's rotting, that could get cleaned up. So he doesn't have to smell it or pick the bag up from his yard constantly because it's blowing. So that is why I would like to see this be a little more robust to include them. And that's why I liked Mountain View's descriptions, because it did give that out to a certain extent. Thank you.
So of the 37 files that were over the 5 years, roughly 8 a year, those were complaint driven?
Yeah, it is. It's, all of our program is complaint driven.
Yeah.
So if we want to do proactive, that's a different ballgame, for sure.
Oh, yes, it would certainly multiply the numbers.
Yes, we would definitely need more capacity.
How do you feel about that, Matthew? Never mind. I just wanted to include you in the conversation. Okay, now you've said it for, yeah, okay, never mind. Councillor Penner.
So I guess, and we have talked about this before, about these community cleanups, and to go ahead with something like that, to see whether that helps out too. And I don't know what the nitty gritty of all the complaints are or whatever, but we have talked about trying to do something like this in our hamlets for sure. And I hear you, the first year it'll probably be huge, and then after that, well, maybe not. And I'm all for that, but that's got nothing to do with the bylaw. But
I've had a little experience, I've heard through the grapevine, like Acme brings in dumpsters in the spring and the fall. And from what I've gathered from the residents of Acme, they really appreciate it, because a lot of the stuff that's in people's backyards actually gets hauled to the dumpster, or to the, whatever those whatever you call them, those dumpsters. And it helps everybody. Rubble bins, sorry, yeah. So I wouldn't be opposed to trying something like that in some of the hamlets and see if it actually works. But again, you start digging through a bunch of stuff that you've got piled all over, you may throw half of it away, but at least the other half is piled up nicely.
Maybe put a dumpster in every driveway.
Dumpster in every driveway, yeah.
Dumpster driveway, yeah.
But I'm not so sure I'd like to see this included in county-wide. But that's my thoughts. Mr. Gannon, you had a comment?
Yes, thank you, through the chair. At almost every community I've been with, they've had a large item pickup or similar programs. And what we found is there are some triggers we see within. There's more garbage that is being thrown in the ditches. There's bags that are thrown in the wooded areas. So when we see those triggers, it almost really says that the program is not being rolled out soon enough, or it could have a different opportunity of how we move forward. Because there is a cost for that form of cleanup and that type of enforcement. So they are great opportunities for revitalization as well. So they're a larger encompassing program that I've seen success elsewhere. So if it should be something that, you know, we could use in tandem within the new bylaw, but the success is basically getting the homeowner to understand that those resources are there, and then they don't have to pay for it. And you know, the public works staff helps them. Not that I'm offering Mr. Zier's team for it, but it does offer a great opportunity that we're working with the community to clean it up.
Mr. Zier, gonna hit back now?
It was opened. Yeah, thank you. Just through the chair, just definitely I've worked through these kind of programs as well with the dumpsters and the community cleanups through the spring. One thing we've found is if there's not monitoring of those sites or the dumping, lots of folks have held on to things for a long time, and if there's an opportunity to get rid of them, so staffing of that would probably be an option we'd want to look at. But the program, I think, works really well with the right parameters in place.
Councillor Phobes.
So one of the things that I currently am doing is we're doing a tidy up on our uncle's property. I have ordered in a bin that they will come and pick up, and I just have to pay for it. So it's not like this isn't available for the general public to have, where the county doesn't need to be actually the one who has to be the driver of bringing bins in. Uncle Rob's will do that for you at a small fee, and you don't have to move or do anything. So just a little heads up.
Sometimes free works better than a little expense. My only comment. Councillor Cunningham.
So I know you guys focused on Mountain View and Wheatland, but you kind of mentioned that you could do more of a thorough, which would be awesome, I think. But I'm just wondering, do you guys have any idea off the top of your head, like how many of the municipalities like just include their hamlets, or is it usually all encompassing for the whole municipality? Have you kind of noticed that, or?
Just from the ones that I've looked at, I think that there's an out for agricultural, but yeah, like there's not too many that just say hamlets. Yeah, I mean, you can do a little bit more for commercial or industrial or some of those ones as well, right? If you're looking at weed control or something like that, that might be a little bit different, right? On a different kind of property.
Compost sites?
Yeah. I want to pass it back today.
Okay, where are we at? Where are we going? Where are we gonna go?
There is one more point, sorry, through the Reeve. I just wanted to confirm that some of the, it's through like feedlots or through the NRCB. So just so you are aware that if we do get complaints about that, that's a different ballgame out of jurisdiction. So that was one of the complaints that we receive quite frequently. So just as a FYI.
Councillor McGee.
Please educate me. I've been thinking about what Councillor Phobes has said about material blowing onto somebody else's property. When does that become considered pollution as opposed to unsightly premise problem? And what is there something to be done for people polluting your property?
Yeah, yeah.
I think that probably the line is going to be where it's more, they call it a deleterious substance or something that's hazardous. And that could have a different type of impact. It's no longer just mess. It's actually could have an environmental impact. And so then their legislation would trump ours as far as fines. They have much more robust enforcement than we do under the Municipal Government Act. Same with the Public Health Authority and safety codes. They all have more robust tools than we've been granted in some cases, and things that can speak a little louder. And so typically if we can partner with somebody like that, it's more successful as far as getting that remediation. But yeah, I think usually if it's an environmental issue versus something blowing.
Councillor Phobes.
Which will bring me back to my question again. Who on council is in favor of it being county-wide or just hamlets? Because that will determine where we're going or where you're going to go from today.
Councillor Cunningham.
Well, I'll say it again. I still do believe it needs to be county-wide. If you look to the RFD, it does go to quality of life, and in our strat plan, it says to attract and retain citizens. It doesn't say just for Hamlet. So I think it just needs to be across the board for all of the county. I would just like to see some more different options from different municipalities, just to see kind of where we're at. I think that Councillor Phobes did a really good job, and so did you guys with the Wheatland and Mountain View. But I'd just be curious to see a few more. But if what I'm understanding, we are quite unique in having it just specific to Hamlet. So I would like to see some other options where they have encompassed the whole municipality.
So is that a motion?
Yes. Sure. Can be, absolutely. Oh, no, 100%.
Can you repeat that verbatim, please?
I'm just looking, I'm just reading, oh, she's. So wouldn't be recommended change, it just be to bring more information back from other municipalities, or however Carolyn would want to wordsmith that.
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you, through the chair. I'd recommend the council ask administration to come back to council with recommendations on an unsightly premises bylaw that includes rural, that also provides benchmarking for those decisions.
Is that the way you would like the motion to read, Councillor Cunningham?
I think, yeah, I understand the premise, that just other recommendations from other municipalities. Yeah, looks good.
Including benchmarking.
Is that the way you would like the motion to read, Councillor Cunningham?
Mr. Gannon, can you just clarify benchmarking a little bit for me?
Benchmarking is looking at other municipalities to really see the differences between our bylaw and other bylaws out there, to understand the changes and the recommended changes as they align with other municipalities.
So it's not like a Sharpie.
You could remove either the municipalities or the benchmarking. They both say the same thing.
Are we good with that? Okay, so that is how you would like that motion to read?
Perfect.
Okay. Seeing as how there might be somebody watching. The motion reads that the Committee of the Whole recommend to Council to request administration to bring forward recommendations for unsightly premises bylaw, which includes rural and hamlets, which also includes benchmarking. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, I shall call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. Is there another motion we need? I guess that one. Okay, does that bring us to the end of that RFP? Not all at once.
Yep. Yes, that's it.
All righty. Boo. Yeah. Thank you. All right, so that actually brings us to the end of our open agenda. We have, thank you very much for coming in, and good luck. That brings us to the end of our open agenda. We have a couple items in closed session. Section 27, privileged information, and Section 24, advice from officials. Would someone like to move us into closed session? No. Okay, a motion's been made to move into closed session. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously.
Carrie.
Carry.
What did I do?
She said we all sounded the same, so I wanted
So we are online? Okay, we had a motion to come back into open session at 4:13. Let the gallery refill. It is now 4:15. And at this point in time, I shall adjourn today's meeting. Thank you, everyone. Recess. Oh, wait a minute, we're adjourned.